evening and welcome to Sew Street. Oh, that's better. I wasn't in the middle. How are you all today? It's a nice day out there, isn't it? Lovely. I haven't actually driven up in the light. It got light near my journey. It's amazing, isn't it? Once the clocks go forward, how it suddenly gets lighter much quicker. So I hope you're having a wonderful day today. We've got a great day for you. We've got a mixture of all sorts of things, from sewing to crochet and a bit of new fabric, 2 brand new fabric collections, which I'm going to show you first thing. And I've got 2 early birds as well. Oh, and we're also doing number 2 of the block of the month today as well. So I'm going to start with the early birds because they're both related to the shows that we've got today. I've got a pair of scissors and some crochet hooks as well. So I'm going to start with the scissors. Look at these. These are 6-inch dressmaking and sewing scissors. There we go. Come on the package like this. Nice and sharp, just a really useful pair of scissors. Dressmaking and sewing, you can use them wherever you want. They could be the scissors that have in your workbox, they could be the scissors that you have in the kitchen, they could just be an extra pair. Now, the normal price for these is £6.99, which is not bad, are they? Because they're very sharp. You can hear them. I bet they cut this card well. Shouldn't be cutting paper, should you? Oh, but you can always tell how sharp they are. That's really nice sharp. £2.49, that's ridiculous. £2.49. So if you want an extra pair of scissors, whether they're for your crafting, whether they're for your wrapping paper box, whether they're for the kitchen, whether they're for cutting fabric, because obviously that's what they're supposed to be do. But they actually, you can see, because this is quite a thick card, how well they cut. Look at that, nice cut. Really good for fabric. I'll find a piece in a moment and show you. But £2.49 for an extra pair of scissors. It's a really good way of opening your basket, because once you've bought one thing and checked out, your P&P is covered for the day. So you're saving £4, she's working it out now, £4.50. So, God, that was my very quick mental arithmetic. So you are saving more than your P&P. So once you've opened your basket, you've checked out, your P&P is done, then that's it, covered for the rest of the day. Lots of you are multi-buying of these because they're a nice gift. They'll come on the card like this. Nice gift for somebody. Maybe you collect little gifts throughout the year to give people for birthdays, for Christmas. Maybe you're going to buy them a little fat quarter bundle and you want to pop some scissors with it as well. Or maybe you just need extra scissors for your house. They're really nice, sharp scissors with lovely sort of comfort grips because they've got nice rubbery bits on the inside. So they're nice and comfortable to hold. £2.49. I mean, that's an absolute bargain, isn't it? £4.50 saving. Everybody who has checked out has multi-bought. I mean, for £2.49, why not? They're a really nice pair of scissors, so I would go with that. £2.49. Multi-buy them and put them in your basket. If, like me, I mean, honestly, I don't know what I do with all my scissors. I start off like with about 10 pairs of scissors. I don't know where they disappear. I think people pinch them. I've got like 1 pair in the living room, 1 in the kitchen. I've got several. I have some that go, you know, when I'm going on holiday and I'm going on workshops, I have some for that. So a nice, really useful, very sharp pair of scissors. £2.49. Now, we've got another early bird as well. This one, because we've got the wonderful Sam Sabido in today at 12 o'clock with her brand new crochet top, the chillax top. Gorgeous. I've seen all of it on the socials. Absolutely love it. And she's got the kit in all different colours as well. So in honour of that, we've got a 4-piece crochet hook set. Not £4.99 though. I'm going to open it up so you can see. Let's crash that price to £1.99. Very useful set. Now, these are all metal crochet hooks. What I like about the metal ones with the metal ends, rather than the plastic ones, is they're sharp. Not sharp as in they cut you, but sharp so they will pick up the yarn as you are crocheting through. Now, they come in, there's 4 different sizes. You've got a 2, a 2.5, a 4.5, and a 5, which is brilliant because so you've got your Aran weight yarn, you've got your double knit, you've got your 4-ply. It means between the 2 and the 2.5, if you need to scale down, just a really useful set of crochet hooks. I like the fact they put them all in different colours, and also for people like me who can, you know, some of the crochet hooks you see, the numbers are so small on them. I had a crochet hook the other day, I couldn't tell what the number was. I had to take a photo of it on my phone, then enlarge it so I could actually see. But I can see what the number is because it's printed big enough. Because some of them, you just can't see them at all. So there you go, you've got 2, 2.5, 4.5 and 5. Look at the price for those, £1.99. That's a brilliant price, isn't it? Good, yeah, that is good. £3 saving. So if you need some extra crochet hooks, I crocheted some granny squares in cotton yarn, put a zip in the top, made them into a little pencil case, and I keep all my crochet hooks in there. They still seem to go walkabout. I don't know why, because nobody else in my house crochets, so it must be me. I think what I do is I have them with the project and I leave them in there, and then I leave the project with all the yarn because I'm never quite sure what to do with it, and then I can't find the hook. So very useful to have another set, or a nice little gift for somebody. If you know somebody who wants to start crocheting, they maybe want to start with the 5mm because they're using Aran yarn because it's a bit thicker. Then you've got the 4.5, the 2.5 and the 2 for only £1.99. So that's our 2 early birds. You've got your crochet hooks for £1.99 and you've got your scissors for £2.49. Go together well as well. These would be good to have in your crochet or your knitting set, wouldn't you? So should we have a look at what's coming up on today's show? That one's tomorrow. That's really confusing. I just saw a slide that said tomorrow. I thought, well, that's confusing. So coming off today's show. Now, 8 o'clock, we are kicking off with 2 brand new Jason Yenter fabrics. Now, if you love Jason Yenter, you are going to be astounded by these. He has excelled himself. He's got the detail. The printing is such great quality. We've got one collection that's all animal steampunk. It's really cool. Beautiful illustrated animals with all the cogs in the gears and the clocks and the watches. The mix of fabrics that go in the collection, or as Jason called them, the go-withs, amazing. They're just beautiful. They're textures of rust and clocks and absolutely gorgeous. We've got one collection of that. We've got another collection that is his brand new lunar collection. Very topical, what with the moon landing. That's beautiful. So I'm going to go through both of them. Quite different from a lot of fabrics that we sell, which is really nice, isn't it? Because everyone has very sort of different tastes. Also, we're making things for different people. These have got quite a urban, industrial, masculine vibe. You're going to love those. 9 o'clock, it is time for part 2 of the Amber Makes Block of the Month. So there's the floral dance quilt behind me. I launched it last month on my birthday show on March the 13th, the daffodils. And this month it's April, so it's all about the tulips. So in the kit for this, you will get the fabric panel, the plain fabric, the instructions, the video tutorial for making the 2 blocks, the tulip block in the bowl and the tulips as the motif. This has been designed specifically because a lot of people have asked me about doing quilt as you go, and lots of different quilts you can adapt to do quilt as you go if you want. Now this quilt, you can quilt as a whole cloth quilt if you want to, either way, but I have designed it so that it will work as quilt as you go. So if you've not done quilting, if you're put off by the thought of doing a whole big quilt or having it long-armed or getting under your machine, I've designed it specifically so you can make your 2 blocks every month, you quilt them, and then at the end I'll show you how to join it all together. So if you've never done quilt as you go, this is a great quilt. You don't have to do that, you can just join it all together. So every month you will get 2 blocks, and this month it's all about the tulips. So I will show you that. And it's mostly piecing, it's got a little bit of a plique as well. But I'll talk you through that at 9 o'clock. There's also a new charm square panel to go with it that we haven't done yet. 10 o'clock, sewing room tools. Got some really cool things in this one. I'm going to go through, we've got a lot of rotating cutting mats. For me, that's an absolute go-to. Makes a big difference if you don't have that. We've got all of the sizes and all the colours. We've got lots of needles as well, all sorts. So if you need your sewing room tools updated, or if you want something new, or you want me to explain them to you, if you've got any questions, do message me in. You can message me on Facebook, or you can message me at the studio, whichever you prefer. 11 o'clock, I will be back with Amber Makes best-selling kits. So I've had a lot of people asking me about some kits that we've had that go back a few years, things that have sold out, things we haven't had for ages, and I have persuaded them in Sewing Street to reprint a lot of them. So we haven't got mass quantities of any of the kits because I tried to put in all of the ones that have sold out that you haven't seen for a while. So I'm going to be going through those all at 11 o'clock, but they're all available for pre-order now. And then at 12 o'clock, the wonderful Sam Sabido will be in with her brand new chillax top. Now, have you seen? She's been promoting this on her socials for the last couple of days. It's gorgeous. She's got the pattern on its own. She's got the digital version. She's got it in 6 different colorways. And also bringing back the Daisy Bloom jacket, because there are a handful of those kits left. Absolutely gorgeous. So whether you want a spring crochet jacket or whether you want the summer top, you are going to love that. And as you know, Sam's such a fantastic teacher that she's going to be showing you all about it. So there you go. That's our day. We've got new fabric, we've got kits, we've got tools, and we've got crochet. It's all going on today. So let's start with the brand new Jason Yenter. I'm going to start with Steampunk collection. Now, if you haven't ever, gosh, this is the whole bundle here. If you've never seen Jason Yenter fabric before, it's very clever. He works on layers upon layers upon layers. Some of it's illustrated, some of it's textured. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, this is the whole bundle. So this is the most cost-effective way of you buying all of the fabrics. This is half a metre of all of the fabrics in the collection, and 2 panels. And what we're going to do, special offer, will give you 1 panel free, so you save £15.99. So let's get the price down. Not £157.84. No, it's £141.85. So I'm going to show you the hero of the show, which is the big panel. It's amazing. The detail in this is absolutely amazing. So I'm going to show you the other fabrics that go with it in a moment. But let's just look at this panel. So you can use this panel to put in the centre of a quilt. You could just use it as it is. It would make the most beautiful piece of wall art. Or you can buy some of the other fabric collections and use it with that. I mean, look at the detail in it here. So we've got the hippopotamus. So it's all the steampunk vibe, is that kind of post-industrial, slightly science fiction. Think sort of Jules Verne, H.G. Wells. It's that sort of vibe. So you've got clocks and watches. It's mechanical. So there's the hippopotamus. Look, you've got the zebra. Look, he's got his steampunk goggles on. The peacock is resplendent at the bottom. Look at the elephant. Looks like an elephant going into battle with all of his armour on. It's amazing, isn't it? There's the bear with his goggles and his top hat and the watches. Look at the little monkey. I think the giraffe is just gorgeous. I love the configuration and the layout of this, where, you know, you've got everything. You've got the monkey sitting on top of the giraffe's at the top. Even, look at the owl. The owl in himself is beautiful. We've got another panel that features all of these animals individually, but this really encapsulates the whole collection. It's that whole steampunk vibe of very industrial. You've got your hot air balloon, a bit like the sort of first flying machine, but I've never seen it done like this with animals, and I think it's inspired. Look at the tortoise at the bottom. So it's a very eclectic idea. It's called Steampunk Menagerie. It's something, if you love this industrial vibe, you're absolutely going to adore this. So we have got the panel on its own if you just want that. We've got all of the fabrics on their own, but obviously the most cost-effective way is to do this, because then you'll get this panel for free. We've got it on split pay, £141.85, and we've got it on 2-way split pay as well. So that's the large panel. 2 equal payments of £70.92. I've seen a quilt that Jason Yenter has designed using the whole collection with this as the centrepiece. It is absolutely stunning. Right, so let's put the panel individually, because obviously the best money saving is to buy the whole collection, and I'm going to talk you through it all in a moment. But if you want to just buy the panel, it's £15.99. Obviously, if you buy the whole bundle, this panel is free. But isn't it gorgeous? I mean, I think if you just bought the panel, quilted it, bound it, hung it on the wall. I mean, it is a stunner, isn't it? It is a piece of artwork. And obviously, you know, it's something very different to a lot of the other collections we do, but it's just beautiful. It could be like a movie poster, couldn't it? It's just gorgeous. $15.99 for that. I think it's a stunner. There's so much in it. The more you look at it, the more that you see. I think it's really clever. Lovely. Pardon? Oh, Carol in Sunset has asked a question. And Chris said he will ask the people above and find out for you. Don't know what the question is, but Chris said he will find out. Right, let me show you the next panel, because this is also in the bundle, but we've also got this panel available on its own. Now, this is gorgeous. So the quilt that I saw had this panel in the centre, but then these panels were all cut and pieced around it. So these are all of the animals individually. So you could cut them out and use them and frame them maybe with some other fabric collections, or you can just use the panel it is. Look at the peacock. I mean, it's so unusual, isn't it? I think it's gorgeous. How about the giraffe then? Look. I love all the fact that he's got this sort of like metal casing around him and all the clocks and the gears, but it's so detailed. Message from Carol. Morning, Rebecca. I'm really loving this steampunk collection. What are the sizes of the panels? So do you mean these individual squares? Well, that's a very good question. If I had a tape measure, I'd measure it for you. Finn, can I have a tape measure? And I will measure it for you. I'm glad you're liking it, Carol. I think it's stunning, isn't it? I'll measure these for you in a moment. There's the elephant, the armoured elephant. I like the fact that he's... Thank you very much. So the measurements of the panel, if I go from the interior, it's 12.5 inches square. So if you go from the edge of these brown bits, they're 12.5 inches square. Love the zebra. The previous panel, so this really big one, is a 90 centimetre panel by the full width of 144 centimetres. This one is 77 centimetres, so that's from the top to the bottom, but the individual squares are 12.5 inches. I love the zebra. He'd look great. I mean, wouldn't they look amazing as cushions? Or if you wanted to make someone a really cool tote bag, it would look great. Be really lovely as a bag, wouldn't you? I would get this. I would get 1 or 2 of the fabrics from the collection, put it round the edges of it, use it for the handles. What a cool bag. Or if you want that kind of vibe in your home as cushions, it'd be lovely. They've got quite, I think because of all the gears, and if you see all the other prints, when they make lovely sort of wash bags or man bags. Look at the bear. I love his top hat. And he's got like armour, and then the owl. Very serious looking owl, isn't it? You wouldn't want to mess with this one. Good morning. So caught up by the steampunk collection. I forgot to say my morning meds from Teddy in Wimbledon. Well, I'm glad you love it, Teddy, but please do take your medicine, please. But it is amazing, isn't it? It's so different. You know, we have so many, we have all different fabrics, from really brights to pastels to florals. To see something like this, I think is stunning. I mean, I love that. Do you know what you could do is just frame it? If you bought one of those, they're quite inexpensive, those canvas that are stretched round wood. You can buy them for like a couple of quid online, can't you? If you stretched one of these round that, you imagine these as pictures in your home. So on this panel, $15.99, again, you'll get one of these panels free if you buy the whole collection. You've got the giraffe, the peacock, the elephant, the zebra, the owl and the bear. I mean, it's just beautiful. It's a bit of a showstopper. If you made yourself the simplest tote bag, we've also got a collection of our plain Rose and Hubble fabrics that Chris has chosen to match with this. So you could get that, use it for the lining. I mean, it is the sort of thing everyone would go, where did you get that from? It's just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Right, so let me show you, we've also got the rest of the fabrics from the collection by the ½ metre. Let me show you the border print first. So when Jason does his collections, he usually does a couple of panels and then he does another fabric. This is sold by the ½ metre, but it's, when you look at it, it's done in borders. Oh, let's get it the right way up. So what he did with the border print is he did it as an underwater theme, because you think of that kind of Jules Verne, H.G. Wells thing, a lot of underwater. So you've got the portholes and they've got all the fish, but the fish are a bit armoured as well. Look at the octopus, the steampunk octopus. So the way this works is obviously it's sold by the ½ metre. These run parallel to the selvage. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you wanted to use this for a border, that's how much you'll get from a ½ metre. But if you buy more than a ½ metre, it will come as a whole cut piece. So you could use those borders on things as well, couldn't you? I mean, that's stunning, isn't it? But it goes so beautifully with the rest of the collection, because he said he wanted to create an underwater theme as well to go with that sort of science fiction industrial vibe. So that is the Sea Creatures multi-border, £8.99 for ½ metre. But if you obviously want the borders to go further, I mean, they'd look amazing around the edge of a quilt, wouldn't they? That's that one. Now, let me show you the rest of the fabrics from this collection. I'm going to, does it matter where I start? Can I start with that one? This one ends in 64. Now this one, beautiful. Again, now if you bought one of the other panels and you wanted something maybe to line it, or you wanted to use this as a feature, or even for fussy cutting. So if you look at all of them, we've got more animals introduced. So you've got, on the background, you've got all of the cogs and the wheels and the compasses. You've got portholes, and inside them, you've got miniatures of the little animals. So as fussy cut, look at the little owl. We've got a lion, we've got the giraffe, we've got the peacock, we've got the octopus, because the octopus features on the Sea Creatures one. But also it's multi-directional. So it's beautiful as a fabric on its own. Be really nice for a lining. Can you imagine that as a lining for a jacket? Absolutely stunning. I love the layers that you can really see. You've got layer upon layer upon layer. And this is how I think Jason works. He puts one layer on, then another, and then another, and then moves it all around. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? So that's the portrait collection. But it would look lovely. You could cut these into squares and put these as the centre of blocks as well. Beautiful. £8.99 for that one. Right, now I love the cogs. Look at these. This one is 50, ends in 50. So I've got two cog ones. This is more of your sort of rusty effect cog. So you've got a bit of burgundy and browns and antique brasses and greens. Large gears. Oh, we've only got 2 metres left of that one. You've been shopping ahead, and we've got 15 in baskets. I love that one. Again, I feel like it feels like a lining, doesn't it? I think for any of these, if you bought this panel, or if you've obviously got the whole bundle, you'll be fine. But if you bought this panel and you thought, right, well, I do want to make some bags with it, you see how the colours go? Wouldn't that be beautiful as a lining or as handles? That one, we've got ½ metre, or that one's sold out now. But, so the only way you can get that one now is if you buy the whole bundle. There is another cog one. So I'm going to put that one there. This is glorious. Look at that. Amazing, isn't it? This one you've got cogs and clocks. And compasses, and again, it's layer upon layer. You've got sort of brass, antique brass. You've got sort of dark, rusty colours underneath it. Again, looks beautiful with this one. But also, the other one. Oh, this. So look at that one. Oh, right. Once everyone's checked out, this one will be sold out. We've currently got 5 metres left. But if you look at this one with all these miniatures, the background of that is the same as this one. That is a gorgeous fabric, isn't it? You are loving that one. When I went through them all, I said, this one and the rusty one are my favourites. I just think I love novelty fabrics like this. I'd get half a metre of that, just put that in my stash, and then it would occur to me what to do with it. I mean, make a nice pocket, wouldn't it? Lovely, that one. I'm going to show you my next favourite, which is more of an all-over print, but I just love the colours in this. Yeah, look at that. If you're a fan of the Disney film Cars, it is like the sort of the rusty motor paint. It's beautiful, isn't it? It looks like sort of rusty, industrial, but I think that is stunning. I think that would be lovely for patchworking with, because you've got all of the different colours. Is that when you cut it, even if you cut it in strips, you'd get lots of different colours. But as a lining for something, I think a denim jacket lining would look amazing in that. We've only got 6 metres of that one left, though. That is gorgeous, isn't it? It's beautiful, isn't it? Right, we've got more people who've got that one in baskets than we have in stock. Right, let me go through the rest of them. How about this one, then? I think this one's really clever, because it's like in hexes. So it's a really unusual print. I like the fact that they're all in hexes, but you've got the little wheels and the cogs running down around the edges with a star. And again, you've got that kind of coppery, antique brass look about it. Beautiful, isn't it? I think that is gorgeous. It's kind of steampunk mandala, I think. But again, you see how the colours are all picked up in it. So if you're wanting, if you've bought the whole bundle, you're going to have all of these. All of the ones I'm showing you will be in the bundle. But if you've bought maybe just one of the panels, you see how it all goes together beautifully? That's really nice. I mean, I think once you've got a collection like this, it's so unusual. It's not going to be the easiest thing to match. So it's always best to get something from the collection. I'll show you the plain fabric bundle at the end. This one is called, what did he call it? Steampunk Maps, which I think is really clever. So what he's done is he's done maps of the world. They're all multi-directions. There's one of them for you. They're maps of the world, but with that steampunk vibe in them. So they've got like little cogs all here, all just placed on them. But they're like little sort of motifs, montages. Because you see, you've got all like sort of brushes and pens and drawing equipment, then they're all layered on top of each other. So you've got that kind of map effect, 3D map effect, but in steampunk. It's just brilliant, isn't it? Again, that colour palette of rusts and antique brass, copper, it's flowing throughout the whole collection, isn't it? Beautiful. I love these. There's 2 here, pipework ones. When I watched Jason's video, because there's a video on his website where he explains about the collection, he said that this was the most difficult one to do because he had to layer it, but he really wanted all of the pipes to connect up. It reminds me of, what's that fabulous series? Prison Break. If you've watched Prison Break, you know what I mean. It reminds me of that. He had the whole blueprint of the prison tattooed onto him so he could break out. It reminds me of that because you've got all the pipes. But he did, he worked it out so that all the pipes connected and said it took absolutely ages. But I love that. It's gorgeous. And it's just a really, really different collection, isn't it? Again, it works really well. I mean, it's beautiful as a design in itself, but it works well if you're going to cut it or subcut it, or if you wanted to use this for handles or straps or borders, because it's very linear. And if you look at the background is very multi-layered. It's not solid. You've got the background that you've got running through a lot of the fabrics, you know, like this one, where it's got all of the different colours. You've got that behind that. So that's it in grey, but the pipes is also in brown as well. And we don't see many brown fabrics, and it works really well, doesn't it? I love that one. So it's the same as this. You've got the same pipe work, but you've just got the brown background, and then all the pipes are in black with a slight antique-y feel as well. Just so different. This one I love because this is a bit concretey. Remember, all of these fabrics, if you can't choose, get the full set, the full collection, where you get the panel for free. That one is, yes. He said it's like concrete, it is, isn't it? It's like if you were going to go to an old industrial factory, this is what the floor would look like, wouldn't it? But it's beautiful. It's like corrugated steel. It's like concrete. When you want some texture in something, it's just gorgeous. These fabrics are brilliant for interiors because the whole sort of natural fabrics, the natural look is really in, isn't it? Even if you just covered like a small lampshade in this, it would look really stunning. When you want a fabric, maybe you're making a bucket hat for somebody and you want something that's, you know, that's a bit more masculine or neutral, or just with some different ideas in it. This, I think, is gorgeous. And I think sometimes these fabrics that you have that are just the plain-ish that go with the rest of the collection get a bit overlooked. But as a fabric on its own, with all of those different shades in it, I think it's just lovely. If you're into textile art, this is a really useful fabric to have. Or if you're into a plique where you want to have fabrics that look like particular, you know, natural elements and textures, beautiful. The next fabric is like a basket weave. Let me give you the code for this one. It's 46. Maybe this is the basket for the hot air balloon that's in the main panel. But again, it's a basket weave, but look at the colours in it. You've got a bit of green here where it's gone a bit sort of green with weather. Then you've got the lighter. It's got, if you look very closely, you can see the cog pattern is imprinted on top. So you've got the basket weave, you've got the cog pattern imprinted, and then you've got all of these colours as well. Do you see what, you can see it in that. You can see the cog slightly imprinted, but it really, I don't know how he manages it, but it really does look quite 3D, doesn't it? If you were making, you know, just like a little shoulder bag and you wanted it to have a sort of a basket weave effect, this would be a fantastic fabric. I love the fact that it's sort of aged. It's gone a bit green, it's gone a bit dark in places, but it's got that aged, almost check look to it as well. And remember, this is in the mega bundle. So you know when you get all of these, if you're thinking, well, I love those, I'd like to make a quilt, don't know how it's all going to go together, get the mega bundle. This next one is really clever. Because again, the textures in this. So this is almost like, is it like the walls? Yes. So it's like the walls of a factory, you know, where you've got that panelling. You always see them, you know, when you watch these like detective murder programs, they always seem to be chasing the villain around some sort of shipping container, industrial warehouse, aren't they? With flickering lights. Why do the lights never work in these places? There's always lights flickering and lots of water on the floor and they're running around shipping containers. That's what this makes me think of. But you can see how sort of rusted it is as well. And you've got all the rivets, that's what they are, in it. I think that's really stunning, isn't it? It's just so different. I love that. Really, really unusual. Remember, this is in the mega bundle as well. When you're buying any of these fabrics by the half metre, if you love it, if you want more of it, if you buy more than a half a metre, it will come as a whole cut piece. So just put the number of half metre units you want in your basket. So if you want 1.5 metres, put 3 in. I know all of you who've been buying on Sewing Street for ages will know that, but we get lots of new viewers all the time. So if you haven't shopped with us before and you think, I need 1.5 metres of that, I'm going to make myself a blouse. It would look fabulous, wouldn't it? That with some brown cords, really cool. Nice shirt. Then there's this one. So this picks up all the golds that are in the other fabrics. It is, yes, 28. I like that one as well. I mean, really, it is your background fabric. So rather than him putting any plains in with it, they are all got the prints in them. But you've got a stripe, you've got a natural stripe going through it, and then this dark chocolate brown in the background. So if you wanted to put a binding or a border on something, this is the one that I would use. So say you were going to, which one should we pick up? Because actually, if you look at this panel here, that fabric, that print is put into there. So if you had like the cog fabric and you wanted something for a binding or for a border for it, look how stunning that is. Works so well, doesn't it? And obviously it's picked up here and it's in the main panel. But that's quite a nice add-on if you've bought any of the other fabrics. And then the final fabric in the collection is this one, which is just an all-over, well, it's like a splodgy print. Is that a good adjective? It's just called metal rust, and it is, isn't it? It's got those textures of rust. You've got copper, you've got a bit of silver, you've got the chocolate brown in the background. So quite nice to line something with. I think if you want to keep it quite plain, if you were going to use this one and you wanted to line if you wanted to line the owl, it would look lovely with it. Also, it would look lovely with this rust fabric, because it picks up the colours in it. You see how well they go together? So obviously, if you can't choose, then you need to get the whole collection. But if you look at them, you know, when you get these, what Jason calls them, the go-withs, if you want to get the go-withs, then it's really lovely to see how they all go together. But the colours are brilliant. They fit really well. Now, 4 of the fabrics have sold out completely. So now the only way that you can get hold of them is to buy the whole mega bundle. So you will get ½ metre of all of these fabrics. Right, we have 8 mega bundles left, but there are 16 in baskets. So if you want the whole mega bundle, you are going to need to be quick. I haven't folded these up very well, but there's a picture of all of them. And remember, you will get all of the fabrics. You get the 2 panels. One of the panels will be free. It's £141.85, or you can buy it on split pay. I think this is gorgeous. If you go on to the In the Beginnings website, which is Jason Yenter's website, there's a picture just to inspire you of the quilt that he made that goes with all of these, that he uses all of these in. But what a stunner. Right, I've got 5 bundles left now and 19 of them in baskets. I mean, it is such an unusual collection, but it's just gorgeous. My favourite has got to be the giraffe. Seconded by the owl, but the giraffe, oh, he's just beautiful, isn't he? So, and the cog fabrics have sold out on their own. So if you want those, the only way to get them is in the mega bundle. Right, before I move on to the next collection, if you want a plain Rose and Hubble fabric bundle that will go with all of this, I'm leaving them on top of there so you can see the colours. You can see how it picks up all of them, because there's a little bit of blue in this underwater sea. So £23.94. But we're going to take some money off that for you. Let me put you up there. So you've got 6 ½ meters. If you want some plain fabrics, the great thing about buying mega bundles like this is if you just love the fabric colours, then buy it on its own. But if you've bought the full collection, or if you've bought maybe just ½ metre or one of the panels, and you want some plain fabrics to make your designer fabric go further, £19.94. Save £4. So we've got chocolate, sage, royal, elephant, obviously, gold, and khaki. So ½ metre of each of those, and that will complement the designer fabrics and just makes it go a bit further, doesn't it? But it's the same weight. It's quilting weight cotton. It's the same width, 44-inch, 112 centimetres, ½ metre of each. Right, I'm going to leave that collection now because we've sold loads of it, because we've got another one to do. Now, this one is very topical because it's lunar, isn't it? I bet Jason didn't know that when he was designing it. So I will bring the whole collection in. So exactly the same. Now, there are less fabrics in this collection, so we've got a slightly different price on this, but nevertheless, it is the whole collection. So we've got, in this bundle, £130.87, we have got all of these, but we're going to take £8.99 off, so you get ½ metre free. And then there's a border print and 2 panels, and they all come in the same collection. So let's have a look at the panels, because that's where you'll see the main theme of it. Let's have a look at the panel. Look at this. So I don't know whether it shows up, how well it shows up on screen, but all of the silver in here is metallic. So the idea behind this, it's called La Luna, so it's all about the moon, but it's also the lunar moth. He's put loads of these lunar moths in. So if you're an astronomy fan, you've got the full moon and you've got all the phases of the moon. You've got that beautiful lunar moth. I mean, this on its own, quilted as a wall hanging or as the centre of a bigger quilt, it's absolutely stunning. So if you want, so obviously this is in the collection, but if you want just the panel on its own, it's $15.99. It's gorgeous. I think so. So we've had a message in say, are you okay to make and sell with his fabrics? Yeah, I think so. I would want to. It's only normally the copyrighted ones like Disney's that you're not all right. So I would say let's check that. We'll have a look, see if we can see anything on his website for you. I don't want to say definitively yes, so we will check that for you. I mean, isn't that beautiful? So you've got all of these different moon symbols and elements throughout it. You've got the phases of the moon at the bottom. I mean, even down the edge of it, La Luna, you've got all the phases of the moon. You've got these moths. There's the moon in the background. I mean, it's just beautiful. It is a piece of artwork, isn't it? Totally gorgeous. So that's that panel. The other panel that's in the bundle, but you can also buy individually. And again, all of the silver that you see in here is all metallic. So this is where you get all of the individual squares, which I will measure for you. Yeah, so they are 12.5. And there's enough border, so if you cut these out, you wouldn't lose anything if you cut them out and sew them into something else. Or you could keep it as is. So you've got the moon, and look, I mean, the glow on that one, because he's got the metallic silver, but it also sort of fades out. It looks like it's glowing with the moths. Pirate ship, obviously, moons, pirate ships. There's, you've got the moths. I mean, each one of these panels is beautiful on its own. Again, we're talking stunning cushions and bags or blocks. If you use fabrics from the collection, cut them out. You could then join them together with some of the other fabrics and make something bigger if you didn't want to use the whole panel. Look at this one with the dolphins, with the moon in the background. And all of these leaves here are all in silver metallic. On the bottom of the panel, you've got the La Luna with the phases of the moon. This one is that sort of moon, it's just nighttime, isn't it? Where you've got your cow parsley with the moon and the lunar moths. And then that one, that's beautiful. It's like a boat and a lady dancing in the moon with the dolphins. We have only got 5 of these panels left. So you're going to need to be quick with that one. Or, obviously, if you buy the whole collection, you'll get it in there. So that's the next panel. Right, I'm going to go through the fabrics that are available by the ½ metre next. I'll show you the border print first. This one, obviously, is available by the ½ metre. But this is what it looks like. So this is, I mean, it is gorgeous. I love this one. He's now introduced this really stunning citrine green in it, so you've got that midnight blue of the night sky, but because the moon is lighting it up, all of the elements, all the countryside elements in the back are shining in the background. All of these moths are edged in a silver metallic, so you get 4 borders across this, and obviously the borders run parallel to the selvage, so the longer piece of fabric, the more borders that you'll get with it. Look at that. Beautiful. So on the Jason Yenter website, it says it's available for personal crafting. So I guess what they're saying is you can't really then sell it on. It doesn't say definitively yes or no whether they have an angel policy. So I think if you wanted to be absolutely sure, you would have to email them, because it does say for personal use, but I don't know. I don't really want to say definitively either way. But just because if I said, I mean, I think you probably can, but if I said yes and then you can't, I'll be in all sorts of trouble. So you might have to email him, email his website and see if you can find out. So that's the border print. And then these are the fabrics that go with it, the go-withs, that are available by the ½ metre. I'm going to try and pick that. Look at this one. This one is 38. Now, I love this because there's a lot of metallic on this. You've got all of the different phases of the moon, which look a bit like eyes, don't they? So they're all circles, again, layered. You've got that sort of midnight blue background. You've got all of the layers of the foliage. Then you've got the moon symbols on top, all of the different phases. So if you bought one of the panels and you wanted a fabric to go with it, I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? Celestial circles, but with the silver metallic on it, it really glows. Now with this metallic as well, with this fabric, because it's good, great quality fabric, you can wash it, it won't go. You can iron it, it's fine. It's embedded into the fabric. It's not going to come off on your hands. This metallic, when they put it into these fabrics, is quite stable. £8.99 for that one. The next one, look at this one with the moths. These lunar moths are absolutely stunning, aren't they? Again, the silver star moons are all metallic. But look at them. They almost almost like underwater with the trailing bits behind them. So you've got the foliage, you've got the moons in different phases, you've got the moths. The colours on here, the electric blue and the sort of the tips in that mint green of the wings are beautiful. I think that's a stunning fabric. And the fact that you've got all of this, the metallic silver really makes it shine. Another moth one. This one is 43. You've now introduced this green. It's quite a sort of a tealy green as well. So you've got, well, it's a midnight navy, almost black background with all the moons on it. But I think that's lovely as a print on its own. It's almost like a block print, but then when you look at it, it's multi-layered. So all the moths have got a foliage print on them. In that really lovely, it's teals and navies. Beautiful fabric. Oh, for the steampunk quilt, yes. Jason's website is called In the Beginnings. Because in the beginning fabrics. And then if you go on to the steampunk collection, he's also got a quilt using this lunar fabric as well. What I couldn't find when I looked at it earlier, I couldn't find where you can find the instructions for it. But there is a picture of it. And it lists the fabrics that you need, but it doesn't list where you get the instructions. But it will, to be honest, it's all the blocks and the fabric sewn together. You could probably work it out. That one's lovely, isn't it? It's an all-over print. That really is black in the background. And then all of the rays coming out from the moon are in silver metallic. And then you've got all of the moon quarters, actually. They're not in different phases on this one. Beautiful. Anne says, good morning, Rebecca. I'm a bit late to the show, but your jumper is amazing. Did you knit it? Thank you very much, Anne. I did knit it. So proud of myself, only because it took me months to do it. And I thought, I finally finished it. I'm going to wear it. It's called Paper Dolls, because they all hold in hands. It was actually quite boring to knit from here to here. But then it got more interesting when I did all the fair isle. So I thought, do you know what? I've spent so long knitting it, I'm actually going to wear it. But it was short sleeves, so then I had to find a top that went underneath. But thank you very much. There we go. This one I think is really clever. So it's a really nice fabric if you wanted something for a lining or to go with the other fabrics, or just because you love it, because it's got the silver metallic elements on it. It's got the circular. Oh, apparently the picture that we have on the website is nothing like this. Right, apparently the picture on the website is rubbish. Yeah, the picture on the website's really odd. Just looking at it, yeah. It doesn't look like that at all. It looks really black and white. This has got a really distressed look to it, doesn't it? So you've got circles, so that I guess you've got that celestial circle. You've got circles on top of circles on top of circles. But it has that signature Jason Yenter distressed look to it. You've got light areas, dark areas. I think that's beautiful. And I think it would go really well if you bought this panel. Well, you can see, let me show you with the panel, that this print is in the background of the panel in a slightly darker colour. But isn't that lovely? Even if you wanted to put a board around the panel or you wanted to bind it, because it's the same print, it's beautiful, isn't it? I think that's a lovely fabric. If you love neutral fabrics and you want something just a little bit different, even if you're not buying it to go with the collection, so often we'll say with them, oh, that goes with that one and that goes with that one, but actually as a standalone fabric with the metallic elements, beautiful. This is one of the, where he's used the moon, where you've got this sort of silhouettes of the moths. This one is 79. Where you've got all of this sort of the countryside foliage, he's taken that and just put it onto this one fabric. So you've got those light teals, darker teals. It's almost like you've got the moon shining through the trees in certain places. There isn't any metallic on this one, but the way he's designed it, it sort of glows. You can almost sort of feel like the moon is rising behind the foliage and that you're just getting glimpses of it through the trees. You know, when you're walking through the woods at dusk and you just get glimpses of the moon, that's what that feels like. It's a beautiful fabric. Obviously, it goes really well with any of the fabrics in the collection, but on its own, I think that's lovely. There's another foliage one as well here, which I think, as a fabric just on its own, I think is the loveliest. I love that blue. It's a really strong, vibrant sapphire. It's multi-layered in the background. And although all the stems, they're not metallic, but they look like the moon is shining on them. You know, when you see that moon glow and it makes things like these stems, they've gone a really brighter green. That is just lovely. I think this one, if you wanted a fabric for dressmaking, would be the one to choose. Because obviously it's quilting weight fabric, but to make a blouse or a dress in it, I think that is really, really beautiful. It looks beautifully designed, doesn't it? It's those colours, it's the glow on it. You've got purples and blues, thistles. I think that's gorgeous. That would be my favourite. That's my favourite one as one of the background fabrics. I love this fabric as well. I always like the fact that he does pop a stripe in. Again, I don't know how he does that, but it does sort of glow, doesn't it? So if you wanted a fabric with a stripe as a border or as a binding, I'm going to pop it with this one since I love this one. I'm not, yes, with the steampunk quilt, I don't know, I'm going to have to investigate further. I couldn't find the pattern anywhere. They've done a kit, but I can't find the pattern. We need to investigate that because it is beautiful. See, isn't that lovely? Doesn't it pick up the colours beautifully? Oh, you found the pattern? Chris has found the pattern. I've been looking He's found the pattern. We need to find out how we can buy it next because it is gorgeous. Because there's also a quilt pattern, if we can find it, for this lunar collection as well. I mean, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? Those three together, but that stripe is lovely. So if you wanted something, if you've bought one of these, maybe you want to make, if you were thinking about making bags from this panel here, then that stripe, let me just choose one of them. If we were going to make a bag, that stripe would look really lovely with it because it picks it all up, doesn't it? It's beautiful. Peter says, good morning, Rebecca. Morning, Peter. I've got both bundles and used my April birthday voucher from Peter and Putney. What a brilliant idea. You bought both bundles. They are gorgeous, aren't they? I mean, they are very different to other things we do. It's a bit like the sort of Tim Holtz fabric. Some people love them, some people don't, but I think they are stunning. Peter, do send us pictures when you've decided what you're going to do with them. They are just gorgeous, and good idea to use your April voucher as well. This is a lovely one. Again, you've got those colours. You've got the midnight navy in the background. And then you've got the bright, that green and the sapphire and the teal. But they're almost glowing. They are just spots. So you've got like purpley spots in the background which glow. And they change in size from the larger spots. And as they come out, radiate outwards, they get smaller. And I think it just makes them glow. Again, it's a fabric that will go beautifully with the collection. It looks, look at the colours with this one. Gorgeous. And then the final one, black with stars, had to be done, didn't it? Absolute classic. I think that's gorgeous. And doesn't it go really well with this one? Look at those two together. So I love the way with this collection, obviously, if you buy the whole mega bundle, you'll have all of them. You'll have a ½ metre of everything. You'll have the 2 panels. You'll have that border print. But if you just think, well, I just love the moons and I just want the black and the white, then that's just gorgeous, isn't it? Just those two as a pairing, really nice. So those are all the fabrics. If you want to buy them by ½ metre, remember, if you multi-buy because you want more than ½ metre, they'll be sent as a whole cut piece. If you want the whole mega bundle, we do have that. It's £121.88. Basically, we're giving you ½ metre for free. Have we got a picture of the mega bundle? Seeing as I've messed all of my fabrics up now. That's the whole mega bundle, ½ metre of everything and 2 of the panels. We have 8 left and we've got double that in baskets. So if you want the mega bundle, we only have 8 of them left. It's on split pay, 2 equal payments of £60.94. And we have also put a complimentary fabric bundle. Oh, the panel with all the 6 individual elements on it, that's sold out individually. So the only way you can get this collection now is if you get, the only way you can get that panel now is if you buy the whole collection. We have, and the big panel there are only 5 left of. So if you want that one and just that one, then be quick and check that one out. We have 7 mega bundles left. Now, if you want your designer fabric to go further, Chris has put together a beautiful collection. Look at this. I'm going to get the big panel to show you. We've taken £4 off again. This is your complimentary fabric bundle. Let me show you what it looks like with this, because that's pretty much got all of the colours in. So you've got that deep dark navy. Love, that's one of my favourite petrol. Is that teal, isn't it? Really dark. Isn't that lovely? Because this colour is picked up in lots of different elements. We've got the white of the moon, and then 2 other blues as well. So that's beautiful. If you've already bought the full collection and you think, well, actually, I'm going to make a load of bags and a load of cushions, but I don't want to use all the fabric. I just want to, I want to back it with that or line it with that, or maybe put borders round. I mean, if you had the square fabrics, you could border it with these and just radiate them out. You could start on one colour and move all the way out into the other colourways. Would look fabulous. And it's just a really good way of making your designer fabric go a bit further, isn't it? There we go. How lovely is that? Right, so very quick recap. We've only got 2 minutes left of the first bundle we did. Have we got any of those left? We're going to share. So the Steampunk Menagerie, we have 3 left and 23 in baskets. Many of those fabrics are sold out on their own. If you have a look on the Sewing Street website, click on Watch Live. If you scroll down from there, you'll see all the fabrics. You'll see what we've got left. But several of them have sold out. We have 3 mega bundles left, £141.85. You're saving £15.99, so you're getting 1 panel for free. So this is your last chance, really. We're not going to be getting this back in. These collections are bought months in advance. This is it, really. If you want the mega bundle, you need to get it now. If you have a look on the website, you will see the other fabrics that we've got. If you want the complementary fabric bundle, this is the Rose and Hubble fabric from our collection that we have chosen specifically to go with these, just to make that go a bit further. Save £4, you're getting 6.5 metres. Or if you just love the colourway and you haven't bought the Steampunk fabric, but you just like the colourways, then treat yourself. £19.94 for that. And then the La Luna Mega Bundle, £121.88. There are less fabrics in this collection. You're saving £8.99. We have 6 mega bundles left. The panel that has the 6 motifs on it, that is sold out completely. But if you want to have a look, just go onto the website. You'll be able to see what we've got. And also there's pictures of everything, so it'll just be a bit simpler. But I'm so pleased that you've loved this collection because I think it's absolutely stunning. Oh, sorry, the complimentary bundle for La Luna, there we are, £19.84, really popular. I think the colourways are absolutely spot on. So if you want to get that fabric collection to go with it. We're going to go for a quick break. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. We're going to be doing tulips. So if you haven't seen the floral dance block of the month, I'll be talking you through in the next hour how it works, what you get in each kit, and how we do it. And I'll be doing a quick demo for you. And we've got brand new charm squares too. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus, you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Oh, welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry, it's a bit mad. I had to just fed up the machine. So this is time for block 2 of the floor dance block of the month. So for all of you who joined me last month, then you will know exactly what it's about. But if you've only just seen it, this is our Amber Makes new block of the month. Well, this is month 2. So what I decided this time, when we did the sampler quilt block of the month, a lot of you said, oh, I don't want to, I'm always put off doing a whole quilt. I'm new to quilting, can't face doing the whole thing. Some people like making a quilt as a whole and having it long-armed or doing it themselves. And you can do it either way. But I have designed it specifically so it will work as quilt as you go. So when you get so you can quilt all of your blocks as you go along, as I've done, and then at the end there'll be a set of instructions with all the details of how to join them all together. And I've designed it, there are various methods to do quilt as you go, and I've designed it so that you don't have to use extra wadding. They're just joined together. It's really, I love quilt as you go, it's so clever. Not my invention, just a really clever one, but that's how I've designed it. Obviously you don't have to do it that way, but if it's something that you'd like to do, if you've been put off doing a quilt, big quilt, because it is a big quilt, then this is for you. What we've done, so the idea behind the quilt is every month you will get a flower. And this month it's all about tulips, and you will get all of the fabric to make 2 blocks. They're 16-inch blocks, so they're quite big ones. And each month you will have 2 blocks. One of them will be a motif block, and one will either be a full flower or it will be a flower in a pot. And then we've got a pot this month. In fact, last month we had a pot. There's only 4 pots in total, but I had to put in flowers that worked in pots, and daffodils and tulips did. And that's the tulip motif. No half square triangles this month, actually. Lots of them have half square triangles, but not all of them. Now, what I've done with the blocks is that they are all pieced, and they all have a little bit of applique in it. Nothing complicated, but I've seen a lot of really, you know, the really old quilts where they're all appliqued, and I love that idea, but I wanted to put the applique in because the whole border is appliqued. Well, you don't have to do that, but at the end, if you want to make it even more special, you can add the applique border. But it's simple. It's cut it out, use a bit of Bondi web, sew it on. It's not sort of needle turn. It's not anything complicated. So this is going to be your heirloom quilt. This is going to be a celebration of flowers. If you just think, actually, I just love tulips, I only want to do the tulips, you'll have 2 blocks. You can make 2 big cushions. You could make bags. You could say, well, actually, I want to make some cushions to go with it, so I'll get an extra one of 1 month. It's up to you. So this month, I've got all of my blocks here, is tulips. I'll put daffodils underneath. So the first block, now you can see, as I was explaining before about my quilt as you go, I have quilted mine already. So this is the tulip motif block, and I've quilted mine already. Am I all right now? Sorry, my microphone went funny. I've quilted mine already, but what I haven't done is I haven't trimmed it level. I'm going to do that at the end. I just thought I'll keep them all like that. I've just zigzagged it. So that's the tulip motif block. And then the second one is the tulips in the bowl. And when I designed it, I thought, gosh, it looks really top heavy. But then tulips are really top heavy, aren't they? When I made them smaller, they didn't look like tulips. So what you do is you piece the tulips, and then you applique the stems and the leaves and the bowl on top. And the bowl comes on the panel. I'll show you that in a moment. It's all illustrated like this. And we've got templates for the leaves. So you get that sort of geometry of piecing with the curvedness of applique. So you get the 2 together. Let me show you the kit. So what you will get in your kit is you will get the panel, and after I designed all of these, I sent them off to Amy, and she created all the prints. So on here you will have enough fabric, a little bit more. Well, what I do is I lay it all out, work it all out how much you need, and then add an inch all round. So an inch to the top and the bottom. So you've got more than you need, but she's designed the fabric specifically for each block. But then, because she designed the whole quilt in one go, she then used a lot of the fabric prints, changed the colours of them, or put the same colours in other blocks, so that when you see the whole quilt together, it hangs together. She then put it into an order, because obviously, unlike last year when we did the sample quilt, we did it in 2 colours. I said this can only really be in 1 colour, because we've tried to keep the flowers reasonably realistic. So you've got the, there's the pink roses, you've got the daisies that are white, you've got the poppies that are red. So she's used a lot of the same prints, so that the prints all work together. And once she designed it, she then changed colours to make sure that it all really worked together, because that was the most important thing. And even designing the bowls that the flowers in the either side of the centre sit on are all designed. So in your kit, $22.99, and we've kept it, I'm so pleased, we've managed to keep it at the same price as last year. So you get the whole panel, see all of these different colours, all printed with all of these prints that are designed exclusively. All of the blocks have this blue floral print that goes round the edge of them. So every single block you do will have this same print that goes around the edge, so that when you join it together as quilt as you go with a plain fabric between, it looks like sashing. So you haven't got to do all of that extra sashing. They are all on the blocks. And because when you buy the kit, you will get that sashing. It's on every block, and that's what makes it really hang together. And then obviously on this one, you get the tulip bowl. So it's all printed on there for you. So that's the kit. So it's quite a big panel. So I'm really pleased that we've managed to keep it at the same price as last year when we did the sampler quilt. And you will also get a 1/2 metre of cream. Every kit, every block will have 1/2 metre of cream in it, because this background colour is what again will tie them all together. By using the same prints in the same tones of colour and having this border print around the edge and the cream, it makes it all hang together. And then you will get the full instructions as well. Now, like with all of our kits, I've filmed a whole tutorial, so if you are new to cutting, quilting, piecing, I start right at the beginning. I show you how to cut the fabric, not all of them, but just I start off with the first one, because you cut the fabric in strips and then you subcut them. And then in the instruction, there's a link. It gives you the website address, and there's a QR code here, which it should be on there this morning, so you can watch it while you wait for your kit to arrive. You can watch the video. It tells you exactly how to cut out all of the fabric. And then this time, I've changed it from when we did the sampler quilt, because I named all the fabrics, and you had to write all the names out, like corner, square, large block or something. So this time, because I just typed mine out, but for you to label them all, it takes a while. Everything is labelled with a letter. So all you have to do is write letters on a piece of paper. So piece A, piece C, piece B, they're all labelled with letters. So all you have to do is write a letter on and pin that to the fabric when you've cut it out. Amy's drawn diagrams throughout using the same prints that I've used, and we've got block diagrams. So when you come to do the tulip motif block, all of the diagrams take you through every single stage. So if when you read it you think, no idea what you're on about, there's a diagram of it. So that's the tulip motif block, and then you make the tulip bowl block. So you can see what happens, that you've pieced the tulips, you've got a blank piece, and then you add the applique, and then you've got the templates that you trace around to cut out the leaves and the centre. And I've also given you some details here if you want to do quilt as you go. I'm not giving you the instructions yet, because you need to do it at the end when you've done all the blocks, because you need to make all the blocks and decide how you're going to join them all together. But I've given you information about how much wadding and backing fabric you need if you want to start quilting them now. So basically you need 1/2 metre of wadding and 1/2 metre of backing fabric. So that's all the instructions. So that's that kit. I'm going to show you how to do it in a moment. So that's the tulip kit. The other thing that we've done is created a charm square block panel. So what we've done is printed small version. There's 40 5-inch squares on here, and you've got all of the motifs, the blocks for the first 3 months. So you've got the daffodil that we had in March, so you've got the motif and the bowl, you've got the other prints that are used within, the same prints that are used within that daffodil, so that if you wanted to create other things, these are the prints used in it. You get 2 gift tags that you can just use for your own makes. If you've made something lovely for someone, write their name on, make the gift tag. It doesn't have to be with this, it could be with anything. You've got some of the flowers in the little bowls running across the top. You could use for a strap or a handle. Then you've got the tulips, so you've got the motif, you've got the tulips in the bowl, and then you've also got, because we've got 3 months next month is in May, is the daisy. So you've got the daisy bloom and the daisy motifs with some of the prints that are used within it. $14.99 for that. So you can use that for any of your makes. You could make a miniature version of the quilt. We'll do one of these every 3 months. So there'll be 4 of the charm square panels in total. So if you collect them, you could make a mini quilt to match your big quilt. I'm currently designing a quilt block keeper for this one, because these blocks are bigger than we did the sampler quilt block of the month. And obviously I've cut them bigger because I kept mine wadded, so mine are about 19 inches wide. So I'm currently designing another quilt block keeper that's bigger that you can use, and I'll do it using these charm squares. I'm hoping I'll have finished that so I can bring it out for the next show in May. Fingers crossed, it's coming along, but I want to get it just right, so I'm hoping that'll be next month. But if you want to get the panel 14.99 for that one. Now, if you've only just joined us, we still have some kits left for the daffodils. So let me take those. Because I know when we did the sampler quilt block of the month, lots of you joined in sort of halfway through, 10 months through, which is fine, because the great thing about this is because we print these panels here, and obviously we print the instructions, when we sell out, we can just print more. So that even if you join later on, don't worry, we will always make sure. We're not going to get, some people have said, oh, but I'm on holiday in August, I might not be able to get it. Susan says, I've done part 1 and I've just ordered 2. Never done quilt as you go. Do I just quilt up to the blue border? Right, I'll show you that. I'll show you that now. So what you do is you take your backing fabric, I'll talk about the fabric in a moment, and your wadding, and I give you in the instructions, I think a 19-inch square. You layer those two together. You could spray base them or you could tack them. Then you put your block on top, and then you quilt them exactly how you want. What I've done with mine is round the edge of here, I've zigzagged, or to hold it still. I could then trim the wadding and the backing level with that. I just decided, because it's obviously going to be another 12 months before I finish the quilt, that just in case of any fraying, when I come to put the whole thing together, I'm going to cut it level with that raw edge. So I've just joined it. So you can quilt any of this, as long as you're inside the blue, all the way up. And then, when we come to do quilt as you go, we will join 2 of the blocks side by side together. You use a fabric strip. You have one on the front, one on the back. I'll show you. So basically, when we get to the end, I'll show you. You quilt it however you want. Now, my only recommendation is try to do the same intensity or non-intensity of quilting on each block. So if you decide you want to put loads of quilting on, and then another one you don't put much on, then they're going to stand out a bit. So try to do about the same amount of quilting, roughly. And I've tried to keep to a theme. So with mine, I've quilted 1/4 inch outside the flowers. I quilted around the edge of the individual, that flower and that flower. I sewed down the edge of here. When you add your applique, you could add your applique on and sew it on and quilt it at the same time. And I do say that in the instructions. So with this one, I didn't. I appliqued the stems and the centre on, then I quilted it all. But what I could have done with this blanket stitch that I worked around the edge, I could have done that whilst it was quilting, it would quilted it at the same time. So the basic thing is get your block and quilt it however you want. And then I would do a zigzag around the edge. It just holds it flat because you will be trimming the wadding and the backing fabric at the same time. So if you look at the other daffodil, I did the same thing. I quilted 1/4 inch around the edge. I sewed along here. Just use sort of a 3.2, 3.4, or some people even go up to a 4 stitch length. It's up to you, and stitch around the edge. And then, you know, because you're only doing each month 2 blocks, you could hand quilt it if you really want to make it special. I quilted down the centre of the leaves. You could add more detailing. You could quilt the background if you fancy doing free motion. I quilted around the flowers because I think when you're only doing 2 blocks, it's not quite so daunting, is it? It's easy to get that under your sewing machine. And I really enjoyed that part of it because I didn't have as much to do because it was just the 2 blocks, and you could really take your time. And if you've maybe always wanted to have a go at free motion and think, oh, I don't know how to do it, this is a really good place to practice because you could have done the edge. As I said before, just try to keep the same sort of intensity of quilting, because if some blocks are really quilted and some aren't, you'll notice. If you don't want to do quilt as you go, the big quilt that I've got hung up, I pieced all that together and I had it long arm quilted. So you can do it either way. So that is pieced all as one, and then I had it quilted. But when I get to the end, because obviously I'm making my blocks as I go along, I will then make another one in the quilt as you go method, so you see that. So if you want to do March, there we go. That's the daffodil motif, and then the daffodil bowl. If you don't want to make the whole quilt, but you just love daffodils, just get this one kit. I'm glad that helps, Susan. I'm going to talk about backing fabric in just a moment. Oh, another message from Carol. Rebecca, when you start quilting your block, do you start in the middle? I found the fabric tends to creep a bit. Yes, well, now I don't know, I'll tell you how I do it, and I have no idea whether this is how everyone else does it, but I totally agree with you. I think that fabric does creep, and what's really important is that you keep these to the same size, because you're going to join them all together. So I have no idea this is how everyone else does it, but this finished block is 16.5 inches square. So what I did with the friction pen is I drew a 16.5 inch square on my wadding. After attaching the backing fabric, I spray basted that on. I then pinned the edge of my square all the way round to my drawn square, so I knew it was exactly 16.5 inches. So if it was the piecing had pulled it in, I pulled it out a bit. If it was a bit bigger, if you just pat it and spray it with a bit of water, it will pull it back again. And I pinned it all around the edge, so I knew it was stable and it was exactly 16.5 inches square. And then I started in the middle. If when you do yours, you find that it's slightly bigger or slightly smaller, if you don't want to do that method, it's just I wanted mine to be 100% accurate, because I've obviously got to create the whole thing to show you. You can trim a bit off. It's not really going to matter if you found it's a little bit bigger. When you finish them and they're all quilted, you will need to cut them to 16.5 inch square. And if some of them have a border that's 1/8 or 1/4 of an inch slightly narrower than another one, you won't notice too much. But for absolute accuracy, if you can be bothered, I would draw a 16.5 inch square on your wadding and pin it on all around the edge, and that will keep it the right size. If it's too big, if you spray it with a bit of water, you can pat it down. If it's too small, you can pull it out a bit. But that's how I do it, only because I wanted mine to be accurate. And to be honest, that's how I quilt all of when I do any quilt, I always draw it on. Just because sometimes if you don't do that, and I know that's probably not a method, but we all have our own methods. You know, we try things as we go along, we do different things. So, but I would start in the centre, just even though I've pinned it around the edge, so I know it's not going to creep, I still do always start in the centre. When we come to the very end, I'll go through that whole process with you to explain how I did it, because I know it's everyone has a different way of doing it. A lot of people, when they quilt, I spray baste the backing onto the wadding, and then I spray baste this onto there. If it's a bigger quilt, I tend to pin it, just because it gets a bit sticky. But everyone has their own method. There is no wrong or right. I get a lot of people go, oh, I don't think that's the right way. There is no right or wrong. You just do it the way you want to do it. I wanted my squares to be exactly square, so I drew the line onto my wadding. But if you want to just smooth yours out and then trim it to size afterwards, that's fine. It's a quilt. It's not paper craft. It's not supposed to be perfect, is it? It's fabric. Obviously, with these, you know, you've got matching seams. If your seams don't match up completely, it doesn't matter. It's supposed to be a handmade quilt. That's the point of it. So don't get too overworked up about process and it being perfect. Just trim it to size if it's not quite big enough. So this is the first one. You've got the bowl. Oh, my mic is not happy there. Maybe my neckline's too high. This is the daffodils. Now, I know you've got 2 bowls in a row with the daffodils, but it was just the way that they're arranged. Next month, there's no bowls. Well, there are 4 months that have bowls, and the others have whole flowers called blooms. And for some reason, February, March, June, and then January have got bowls. So this is the panel that you will get with the March daffodil. There we are, that's the one on screen, $22.99 for that one. You've got all of the fabrics you need. So you've got, this is like the orangey daffodil. I love the way that Amy's put a bit of floral in. She's got a bit of gingham yellow, because you can't beat a gingham daffodil. You've got stems, you've got the green there, you've got just a little bit of that one. There's your big piece of blueprint fabric, because that's what you're going to put around the edge. And you've got more than enough there as well. So make sure that you had a big piece. You will have a bit of fabric left over. And then you've got the bowl. And the bowl for the daffodil is a little bit different to the bowl for the tulips, just to make a change. So it's all on there. And obviously you will get half a metre of cream with all of the kits. That's your Rose and Hubble cream fabric more than enough. And I know if you cut carefully, you'll probably be able to cut a little bit from last month's, and you might have some left over at the end. Half a metre, just so I can be sure you've got enough. Oh, my microphone is really upset. I don't know what to do about it. Right. Is that better? Oh. I think my neck keeps touching my... I've moved it away. I love the picture for Block 1 daffodils is the whole quilt. Need to change that. This is the daffodils. So this is these are the instructions. Again, full video tutorial where I do talk you through cutting out. And it's quite simple. I haven't given cutting diagrams because I've done it all by strips. So, for example, when you cut out fabric one, you have to cover a strip that's 5 inches wide and then subcut it. And everything is labelled with just a letter, so you only have to write a letter on. You don't have to write everything, all the names of it all on. Pictures of the finished blocks, block diagram. Amy's put loads of diagrams, so you've got diagrams in here. In the video, you will see me doing it all to explain it all, how it all works. So if you are new to quilting, if you've not done it before, you've only got to make 2 blocks every month. They'll obviously end up as 16.5 inches square. And with this one, because obviously we've only done one colourway, the same fabrics are used, so it's really easy to understand. And again, with this one, you've got templates for the leaves, and it explains about the wadding and the backing fabric. So that's block 1, if you want to get that one, if you've just joined. What? Sorry. If you want to. If you decide that, oh, well, I don't really mind. Is that my mic? I don't know. If you decide, I don't mind what the back of my quilt looks like, then you can use whatever you want. I have used, for the back of mine, I've used the Rose and Hubble duck egg for the back, because that's the colour that I'm going to use, and I've used for that, for the big quilt, that I'm going to be using for the quilt as you go strips that join it all together. And the reason I did that is because I want the back to match the strips. But you don't have to do that. It's entirely up to you. When I did the big quilt, obviously, I used extra wide backing because it was long arm quilted. But if you want to use the same fabric as I've done, because this is going to be, when you come to join the blocks together, this is the colour that you're going to use to join them together. Well, or you could use any colour. We'll obviously be doing a kit at the end with the fabric for that in, but that's the colour you use. So if you want yours to be the same colour, for 2 blocks, you will need 1/2 metre. Now, let me just double check, because I did write this down. So, for all of the blocks, so you'll need 1/2 metre for 2 blocks. So there are 25 blocks in total, so you will need 6.5 metres for the whole quilt. You will then need extra fabric, that's for all of the backing, so I would just start with that if you want to get that now. If you, for all the strips, you will need extra fabric as well, but I'll give you those details later. But if you want to get all of this now, because I've got all of my duck egg, you'll need 6.5 metres in total, because you get 1/2 metre does 2 blocks, or you can just buy 1/2 metre as you go along. We always have this in stock, so if you just want to buy 1/2 metre of that now, then you can. because we do replenish it all the time. So if you want to do both of them, you could obviously, it's more cost effective if you use extra wide backing, you could do that. If you want extra wide backing, you're going to need 2.5 meters for the whole thing, because it doesn't have to be the same colour, but that's just what I used when I did mine. So you'll need 0.5 metre, and then for the wadding, you will need, if you're going to do the whole quilt, you'll need 2.5 meters of wadding. If you're just doing the 2 blocks, then you will need 19. Oh, hang on, I wrote it down because last time I tried to work it out and honestly couldn't work it out. Yeah, so if you're doing, you'll need 48 by 96 centimetres, so 19 by 38 inches of wadding. For the whole quilt, you'll need 2.5 meters to do all of it. So that's entirely up to you. Now for the wadding, I used 70-30. It's my new favourite wadding. I've used 70-30 only because I discovered it recently. So it's 70% cotton and 30% polyester, but it's recycled fibres. It's an eco wadding. This one is extra, extra wide. So we have 2 widths of wadding. There's one that's 278, 218, one that's 315. So this is wider. Therefore, you'll get more blocks from it. So if you get 0.5 metre of this, that's going to be enough for 6 or 5, 6, 5. Oh, do you know, I worked it all out, wrote it on a piece of paper, and then I can't remember what my maths was. Yes. So you'll get, yes, you will. So if you just get yourself 0.5 metre again, this is something that we keep in stock. What I would say is do try to use the same wadding throughout, only because waddings are different lofts, so different thicknesses. They also shrink slightly different, so try and keep the same amount. If you want to get the wadding for the whole quilt, you will need 2.5 metres. If you get that now, that's going to be enough for the whole quilt. So that's the 70-30. I really like this. Also, it's got a really nice feel to it. It's not too bulky. But when you quilt it, it's a little bit puffier than the 80-20. So I still love 80-20, still go back to it. I've used it recently for a bag, but I quite like this 70-30 in a quilt because it's just got a little bit of extra puffiness, not masses. It also washes nicely when you quilt the whole thing because I put it in my machine at 30 degrees just to see what happened, and it was lovely. So 2.5 metres for the whole quilt, or just get yourself 0.5 metre now, and that will keep you going for 3 months. Another wadding. So I thought I'd give you a choice. This is bamboo and cotton. Now, I love this. It's 50% bamboo, 50% cotton. It quilts beautifully. It's slightly thinner, so you won't get such a loft. Really lovely. I first used this in a baby quilt because I'd heard that bamboo was really good. It's very, very soft. It washes really well. After you've quilted, you wash it, and it will shrink slightly, just like the 70-30. But if you want a slightly thinner, lower loft wadding, it is really lovely and it's very soft. The other wadding has got a slightly higher loft, not massively, but these are my 2 favourite ones. And 80-20, I love that one as well. But I haven't put that in because I always do 80-20, and I think sometimes it's nice to see some new ones. In my notes, I remembered, for the backing, if you want to use extra wide backing, I haven't put any in, but if you want extra wide backing, you will need 4 metres in total for the whole quilt. Okay? So for the duck egg, for this, for the whole quilt, you'll need 6.5 metres, plus extra for the sashing, but we'll talk about that at the end. If you want to use extra wide, you'll need 4.5 metres. If you've got any questions, if you forget, on the instructions is the Amber Makes email address at the back, customer service at Amber Makes. Just email me and I can give you all of those measurements if you get halfway through. Elizabeth said, hi Rebecca, is there a previous charm squares? Beautiful design. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. No, these are the first charm squares because we're only on month 2. So what we've done is we've done 1 charm square that covers for 3 months. And then, so that was March, April, May. And then in June, we'll do one for June, July and August. So we'll bring them out every 3 months. So this is the first one because we're only on number 2. Have I got the charms? Yes, I have somewhere. But if you've got any questions, just message me or here or on Facebook. You can message us on Sewing Street Facebook or email here. Or if you just email me, I can answer your questions. Ooh, that is not the charm squares. That's the block. Confused. Right. This is the charm squares. And then we will do a new one after 3 months. And at some point, and I hope we'll finish this block keeper. I'll just do instructions. It won't be a kit. It'll just be some instructions for it, which I'm hoping to get finished for next month. So this is the charm squares for March, April, and May. So if you were following the sampler quilt block of the month, at the end I made a mini quilt using all the charm squares. It was so cute, and it looked really sweet. So I think I might do the same with this one, just to show you at the end, because obviously if you use the duck egg fabric around the edge, you could just make it like a mini version, or you could just use them for your own makes. They're really sweet. They're quite good as well, I thought, with flowers, because the flower of the month, they mean something. They're really good for birthdays. So if you've got somebody with an April birthday or whatever month with it you're doing, a really nice thing to make somebody something with their flower, because these flowers they bloom at this time of the month, but I've also chosen the ones that are used traditionally there are several flowers that are the traditional flower of the month, and I've chosen the ones from that. So they're quite a nice gift for somebody as well. Bonderweb. Can we talk Bonderweb first? Now, with all of these blocks, there's a little bit of applique on them. You don't have to use Bonderweb for them, but it's easier. I've explained in the instructions, if you don't want to use Bonderweb, you can just cut out the pieces. Well, that's daffodils. Let's look at, because we're talking tulips. You can just cut out these strips. The measurements are given, or there are templates, and you can pin them on or sew on them on. Obviously, if you use Bonderweb, it's just a lot easier because you stick them on and sew them on, and it keeps everything in place, particularly when you're doing things like leaves, because you can trace them. But you don't have to if you don't want to. You can just sew them on. So I've listed in the instructions how much Bonderweb that you will need for each block. So if you haven't used Bonderweb, so like for this one, you need 22 by 12 inches. So one packet will be more than enough for one block. It won't be enough for the whole quilt. If you don't want to commit to buying a great big roll of Bonderweb and you just want to have a go, just get a little packet to start with. And then you might think, oh, actually, I like that. It's easier than not using Bonderweb. It's basically double-sided sticky tape for fabric. So you can draw on one side of it. You can draw all of the templates. You then iron that to your fabric, and I go through all of that in the instructions, and then you cut it out, and then you peel off the paper backing and you stick it on, and then you iron it on, and then you sew it. So if you just want to have a go, and you don't want to commit to lots of Bonderweb, get this packet, £2.99, that's going to be enough for your one block. But if you want to use it for the whole quilt, then this I haven't worked out the whole thing. This should be, you might need to get like another packet. This will be, if it doesn't cover for you the whole 12 months, it will do 10. Obviously, each month uses a different amount, and when I get to the end, I'll have worked it all out, exactly how much you need. But this is a 5-metre roll, so this is a more cost-effective way of doing it. £23.99, and it's 30 centimetres long, so you need a different amount for each one. It should be enough for the whole quilt, but if not, it would be very close. So £23.99 if you want to get the whole roll. And then your final option is for big lovers of Bonderweb, is this one. It's 30. Again, there are economies to scale. This is the box that they sell in shops. So when you go into a shop and you go, can I have half a metre Bonderweb? They pull it out of here. It comes on a roll, and they pull it out like one of those cling film dispensers, and you buy it on there. And obviously, it is £117.99, but there are 30 metres on it. This is going to be way more than you're going to need. But once you start using Bonderweb, you suddenly realise all the things you can do. You can personalise your life with this. Print out people's names in reverse, trace it on there. You can then stick them onto things. I use so much Bonderweb. So it's entirely up to you. A small packet is enough for one block. The 30-metre roll, the 5-metre roll should be just enough for the whole quilt, if only a little bit more. Or you have the whole big one. So I'll give you all of the options depending on what you want to do. So that's all the Bonderweb. Oh, yes, I've got a message from Nicola. Hi, Rebecca, I've just started the floral quilt. Do I need the charm squares? No, Nicola, no, there are no charm squares in the quilt. We've just done those as an added extra because I know a lot of people like the miniature versions. They are just if you wanted to make something to go with it. Maybe you want to make like a little bag to go with it or a cushion, or you just love the tulips and the daffodils. They are not used at all in the big quilt. They're just an added extra. Jeanette says, good morning, Rebecca. I love the blocks and I love your jumper. Can I ask where you got it from? Well, Jeanette, I knitted it. I'm very proud of myself because, it took so long. It's a design by Kate Davis, if you want to. If you go onto her website, it's called Paper Dolls, and you can buy the pattern for it there, and you can buy a complete kit. And because I love the colours, and it's a really nice yarn, it's wool and merino mix. Beautiful to knit with. It's full ply. But she does Kate Davis design. She does the kit and the pattern. So thank you very much. I can't believe I actually finished it. That's why I'm wearing it. I'm going to wear it every single day because I've actually finished it. Just go back through the last block, this month's block. Tulips. I'm getting mixed up with tulips and daffodils. Thank you for everyone who is joining my quilt, the floral dance. And the thing is, it's achievable, isn't it? Each month, you've just got to make 2 blocks. They don't take that long, to be honest. They're quite simple. This one, there's no half square triangles. It's all snowball corners. If you've never tried applique before and want to have a go, this is a really good place to start. If you've never done quilting, you've only got to do 2 squares, haven't you? And thank you very much, Nicola, for your message. It's a really nice thing to do. I'm really enjoying doing it every month because it's not too much. I like things that are a bit achievable. You can save them up and think, well, I'm going to do 3 blocks in a go as you go along. And then at the end of it, if you really sort of feel daunted by doing a whole big quilt it as you go, like I've done. If you've got any questions, you can always message me on the Amber Makes email address, which will be on the back. It's on the back of your instructions and I can answer you. But everyone will have their own method of quilting, but this is a really good place to, maybe you just fancy hand quilting because it's really nice to do, but a bit daunting on a big quilt. If you don't want to put the big applique border on at the end, you don't have to. That's just, we'll be doing a kit with all of that on. But it's just a really nice way of moving along. And also I'm trying to use some slightly different techniques throughout so you'll learn different things as well. So if you want this month's $22.99, that's on screen now. And this is the panel that you will get. I actually folded it up. I'll hold it up so you can see it's quite a big panel. Because I give Amy the measurements for the fabric and then she puts it all on and she always adds more rather than takes anyway, obviously. So some fabrics you'll find you have a lot left. So you've got loads of different prints on this because I wanted to have all the different colours for the pinks and the purples to give all the different shading. And you've got the bowl as well. So I like the idea of being able to have the sort of the curvedness of the applique and the geometry of the piecing. They go quite well together. So that's those blocks. And if you want number 1, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, watch live, number 1 is on there if you have only just joined me in the making of this. Right, I have got 10 minutes left to show you some demo, but there is a full tutorial with the kit. In fact, it should be on there now. If you go to the Amber Makes website, you can watch the tutorial. So when you're waiting for your kit to arrive, obviously I don't give all the measurements in that, that's in the instructions, but if you want to watch it, then you can watch and sew along with me. Now, as I explained right at the beginning, if you were with me for the sampler quilt block of the month, I know a lot of you said, oh, I hate doing all the labelling of the pieces. So to make it simpler, everything is labelled with a letter. So those are pieces T, S. So all you have to do is write out a letter and pin it onto the actual thing. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to make tulips. So what we do with this one, so this, I'm going to make these 2 leaves. They're made from pieces S and T. I'm just got to find my pen. So you will need a friction pen for this. I've got some I use the friction pens all the time for all sorts. You could use a pencil for this, but I have to say a friction pen is easier. Also, having friction pens means that if you're doing quilting and you want to draw any lines on, so for example, I mean, when I quilted around the edge of here, I used a 1/4 inch seam allowance, so that was fine. But when I did my wavy lines through there, I drew those on with pen first. So having the friction pens is quite useful. So if you want a pack of 4 of those, £10.99, it's more cost effective to buy them in packs of 4 as well. And these are the clicker ones, which are better than these. This is one of my old ones. It's got a lid, and I always lose the lid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create these petals. So I need piece S and some pieces T. So when you've cut all of yours out, label them, and then you'll remember which piece is which. And they're labelled so that they're in order of assembly. So when you're cutting out, you might find you're cutting out a piece C and a piece G or something from the same fabric, because I've done them in order of assembly. So to create the top petal, all you do is you take one of your background fabric squares, and I'm going to draw a diagonal line on the wrong side of it, because this is your background fabric. There isn't a wrong and a right side, so it doesn't matter. But if you're doing other ones, it's always, the line is always drawn on the wrong side. And then if you take one of these pieces, I'm going to do the left petal first. Have a look at the diagram, will show you, I'll show you in here, which way to make your petal. And it shows it in the video. So I'm making this petal. So I need my diagonal line to go from the top left to the bottom right. It also says it in words, in diagrams, and there's the video as well. So if you think, oh, I don't know whether I can do that, you can. You just start at the beginning and cut the fabric out, and then just follow it. So I'm going to pin that into place like this. And then I'm going to do the bottom of that petal. And you can see the diagonal line is going from top left to bottom right. So put that right side's facing on there. And this is a really simple way to create a diagonal edge, a sort of a triangle, without having to do a half square triangle. So once you've done that, you simply sew along it. For my piecing, well, if I was you, I would use each machine sort of has a slightly different setting for normal sewing. These Elna machines on my Juki have a 2.4 for normal sewing. So about that, you can do it a little bit shorter. Some machines are set to 2 for normal straight sewing. You don't need to reverse stitch with these because we're going to be folding it over. And then sew along the other diagonal line. When you put your pins in for something like this, to save having to take them out as you sew, if you just place them away from the lines, then you won't have to take them out as you sew, and that just helps keep everything in place. Right, ooh, iron. Let me just get the ironing board. Oh, this is not a very clean ironing mat, is it? Once you've done that, before you do anything else, press it, just because I want you to, this iron is, I'm going to put this on top because it just doesn't look very nice, does it? I've got the lovely Eliso iron here. How beautiful is that? Nice and sharp. I mean, I like, it sounds sort of like, but it's pointy. It's nice and pointy and precise. It's really good for little projects like this because it's a proper iron. It's not like a travel iron, it's a proper iron, it's just a bit smaller. Press them and that will set the seam into your fabric. Now, don't cut this yet. If you cut it and fold, so if I cut that and then fold it over, can you see, just by folding it, the lines don't match up exactly, just because of the bulk of the fabric and the seam. So pull it over so that the raw edges match up on the top and the side, and then press it. And then you know it matches up exactly. And the same with the other one. Pull it so it matches up exactly, because you often lose a little bit. You could finger press that then if you want. I always give that a nice good press at that stage. And then open it up. You only want to be, don't cut through that, you'll need that bit. Just cut through the bottom 2 layers and just trim it. You don't need to measure it, about 1/4 inch. Because if you leave those in, that's going to be extra bulk that you don't want in your quilt. So there we go. That is, once you've done that, just by folding it back, it opens it out a bit more. So just give it another press. Now, I find when I do mine, I don't tend to use steam. I find it distorts the fabric. I'll use steam at the end. So I keep the steam off in my iron until I'm right at the end, and then I'll give it a good steam. If you find that it's not laying flat, either use a wool pressing mat, or I just use this tiniest spritz of water. I find that stops it distorting, but helps it to stay in place. So that's one petal, and then I'm going to do another petal. So I need another 2 T-pieces. So you'll cut several of these, and because you use them throughout the tulip block. So just take the number that you need and then put the rest back in your pile. And actually, I find I quite like the cutting out process, because you just cut all the fabric as into strips, and then you pin all the little labels on. It's really nice having them all labelled, and then it's much easier to do it. So if you've not done this before, just start with your cutting out and then leave it for a day and then come back to it. Now, to make the right petal, the corners are going to go in these little corners are going to go in the opposite corners, just because it needs to slope the other way. But again, I'll show you. The diagrams show you exactly, and because they're using the same fabric prints, it's so much easier to see. And then that one goes that way. So just quickly pin them in. When you pin them in, just make sure that you've got all the raw edges match up. You'll have cut them to the same size. So if you haven't got rotary cutting equipment, you could use a ruler and a pen. But I would suggest at this stage, if you're going to do the whole quilt and you haven't done rotary cutting, is get yourself, it doesn't have to be massive, just a small mat, a small ruler and a rotary cutter, just because it will make your cutting more accurate. Right, I'm just going to sew along that line. Now, I haven't got the straight stitch foot on this, so I have to be careful that the fabric doesn't get pulled into the machine. So a quick tip, you can either use a piece of fabric beyond this to stop the fabric getting pulled in, or just start a little bit further in. So I'm only going to start like 1/8 of an inch. If you lower the needle first into the fabric, you can see that it pushes the fabric down. That's when it gets pulled into the machine. You have to start again. So what I do is I lower it in, and then I just raise it just the tiniest bit. I don't know if you can see that. But if you just raise it just the tiniest bit and then lower your foot, your fabric is not now pulled into the machine. It's just something that I do now, just when I'm lowering it like that, because I found just tiny bit pulling it back up, it stops it getting sucked in, and then you have to start again. If that's happened to you, you'll know what I mean. With some machines, like this one does as well, they have a plate that just has one hole in for straight stitching, and it stops the fabric getting pulled in. But I've got the open plate on at the moment. Again, press it over. So I haven't been able to show you very much here, but I thought I would just show you these 2 little things, just to show you that some of my blocks will have square triangles, some won't, and this is just one. This one is all about snowballing corners. Just how simple it is to get. That's 2 petals done that I use for the left tulip. How easy it is to get that effect without having to match up anything. So that's the 2 outer petals done. Have I got time to do any more? Okay, I've got 2 minutes. Right, now I'm going to do the petal that sits in the middle. So there's my left petal, that's the right petal. This is the top petal, and that's you. Message from Carol. Rebecca, would you recommend using best press on the panel before cutting out? Yes, I do say that in the instructions. I always use best press, just because you are cutting, all the fabrics are cut on the straight. They're all cut as squares or rectangles, but you will be sewing on diagonals. Also, I use best press because it gives it a bit of body. And I also find that particularly with digital printed fabric, I tend to best press it on the wrong side and then press it from that side. I don't know why, it's just sort of a habit that I've got into, that I just find it works better if you press it on that side. But I always use best press when I'm sewing. You don't have to, but it will make your fabric crisper. It presses better, and it sews better as well. So if you've got some, then give it a go. If you haven't got any, we sell it on the Sewing Street website in all sorts of lovely smells. My current favourite is Linen Fresh, because I'm working my way through them all. Love that one. This is piece U. So what we're going to do is we're going to do exactly the same thing on the top, because there's the we need 2 more T's. I'm getting my way through my T pile. So always just pin them back on. And again, we're going to draw our diagonal lines. This time, because we're going to do the 2 top sections, you've got to do one at a time. So to make the angle in this top section, I'm going to pop that one in that corner. I'm just going to put 1 pin in. And sew that one. You have to do one at a time. You can't do them together, and you'll see why in a minute. So let's put my needle in, raise it a little bit, lower the foot, there we go. Sometimes it does get pulled into the machine, and when I get really annoyed if it gets pulled in, then I'll put a piece of fabric behind it. But I usually find that slightly raising it works. Fold that over like you did with the others and press it, and then trim off the seam allowance like this. Then we can do the other corner, and you can see why you have to do them separately. When you pop the other square in, you can see now it overlaps this square by 1/4 of an inch, but that 1/4 of an inch will get lost in the seam allowance when you sew that to the next piece. So I'm just going to sew that one into place. And then that's the 2 top corners done. So this is a really good way of creating a diamond shape within a square. There's lots of methods creating a diamond in a square, but this is quite an easy method. I've tried, when I've done all of them, to use either the easiest method or the method that's the easiest to explain, because obviously I have to explain it in instructions in the video. Now you're going to need the 2 pieces that go on the bottom. So these are pieces V, because we're going in order, T, U, V. So again, we'll draw diagonal lines on those. And this is all in the video when you come to it. I do a little bit of a tutorial at the beginning which shows this snowballing corner method, and then I show you how to then, so when I get to each bit, you just follow that. So when you do this one, you can see it's overlapping that, but we can only do one. We can't do the other one because they're almost like have to all overlap each other. Right, there we go. That's that one. So this tulip block would be, if you don't want to do the whole quilt, would be nice to make. It would make 2 really nice cushions if you quilted them. Just as one block on its own, if you didn't want to do the whole thing. I thought I would do them. I'm just, because I've drawn with friction pen on this one, sometimes if that one's still warm, this comes off. So if you waft it around a bit, you know how you do things because it's happened to you before and you think, oh, I must... I put it on because it's still hot, the friction pen comes off. So I'm going to just, there we go, so that's the final corner. I'm just going to sew along that line. So I did design these so that they, if you didn't want to do the whole quilt, that they would work, because they finish at 16.5 inches square. That's a good size for a cushion or a bag if you wanted to just use one block to make somebody an April something, a tulip. Right, again, always press it. Fold it over, make sure all those raw edges are matching up. And trim it. And now you've done a diamond in a square. And the good thing about any of these sewing things, we all know, it's all about practice, isn't it? So the more you do, the easier it gets. The more squares you draw on and so on, the easier it gets. And it is really practice. So that is the top section of that tulip. And then you'll have another square here, W, that goes underneath. So you join that to that and those to that, and then that's one tulip done. Da, 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 da. Anyway, gosh, we've run over time. Thank you so much Wendy, will you be demonstrating how to join the blocks at the end if quilting as you go? I will. Yes, definitely. That's the whole point of it. I worked out how to do it at the beginning, worked out all the measurements, made my quilt to make sure it all worked. Yes, so I'm not going to show you now. And the reason for that is because the blocks are not joined together in the order that they appear in months, because otherwise the colours would be the colours wouldn't balance. I'd have all the whites together and all the yellows together. So, but yes, at the very end, if you quilt it all, I will be showing you, and I will do a full video tutorial with a full set of instructions of exactly how you're going to do quilt as you go. So if you just bear with me, make your blocks, quilt them now, then when we get to the end, I'll show you. So before I go, I've just got to show you next month, because I often forget. So I've done next month already. It's daisies. They're so pretty. So this is the daisy motif. So they've got a white on, it doesn't show up brilliantly here, but it's a white on white print in the centre with these little pale pink spiky leaves. These applique pieces are layered, so you put one applique piece in the other, so you've got those lovely daisy centres that Amy's illustrated specially for it. So that's the daisy motif, and no bowls for this one. This is the daisy bloom. Now, I got a bit carried away with my quilting on this one. This is the joy of quilt as you go. So it's got these pretty pink edges, which daisies do have. And then I decided, I quilted round the edge, and then I got some pink thread and I did quilting lines. I wonder whether when I get to the very end, I'll have all sorts of colours. But when you're only doing one block like this, I did the same and I went round the edges, but by putting other colours on, if you've got a big quilt, you probably won't ever do that. But for something like this, you can really go for it. I just drew the lines on. I mean, obviously, I'll be demonstrating this next month. This will be... Oh, Susan, I've just ordered both blocks. You've given me the confidence to give it a go. Susan, give it a go. Do give it a go. There's the video tutorial. Elizabeth, thank you. Seeing how to do the tulips gives me confidence to try. Thank you, Elizabeth. You can give it a go. Just start at the beginning. Watch the video tutorial. I explain exactly how to do it. You know, it's all about learning how to patchwork. It's really just about cutting fabric and sewing seams, isn't it? A lot of the seams you can draw the line on, if you're new to sewing, draw the line on the 1/4 inch seam allowance and sew along it. It won't be long before you're flying. It's just all about practice. And you've just got to do 2 blocks every month. So next month, I wrote the date down, could you have a look? Because I wrote it down. And I've forgotten, I think it's May the 14th, I think. I will have to check that. I think it's about May the 13th or 14th. It's 12th. I knew it was one of the 3, 12th, 13th. It's the 12th of May is the next one when I'm going to be doing the daisies. So give it a go. Get yourself one block, have a go, see what you think. If you like it, then you can keep going. And then at the end of, so February will be the last month when we do primroses, I think. Primroses is February. When we do the final one, I can't remember. I think January was snowdrops. So I've got to go around a whole year. I think it's and then we will do the whole thing, and you will have a beautiful quilt because if you only do 2 blocks a month, it's quite achievable. But anyway, thank you so much for joining me in this hour. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. We're going to be talking about sewing room tools, all the lovely little things that make things like this a lot easier to do. So I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much more. Search Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So that was a quick break. I'm still eating a banana. Have you ever tried to speed banana eat? It's not easy. It was impressive. I suddenly thought, oh, do you know, my stomach was making horrible noises. I thought, I wonder how fast I can eat banana. Not fast enough. I'm going to start with a couple of things I forgot to do. I didn't have time to do in the last hour, which are my favourite rulers. So if you're joining me for the block of the month, or you're a patchwork quilter, or if you've not done rotary cutting before, this is the key. Now, I have I actually have 4 rulers, that's a lie. But these are the first 2 rulers that I ever got. You need a long ruler that you can cut across the width of the fabric with. So if you've got normal quilting weight fabric, which is 44 inches wide, it comes mostly folded in half on a bolt with a nice crease across the top. Some fabric comes rolled up, and most quilting fabric will come folded in half. And this is longer than the fabric folded in half, which means that when you cut out, if you've got a piece of fabric, maybe you've got like Rose and Hubble plain fabric and you need to cut a 2-inch strip, this, when you put the fabric on your board, line up the fold of the fabric on the straight line of your cutting mat. In fact, I'll get a cutting mat. I've got a rotating one here. Well, that's nice. Obviously, your cutting mat will be a bit bigger than this because you need one that's longer than the fabric width. Put the fold of the fabric along a line on your cutting mat, and then line up this, and you can then cut. This is marked in 1/8 of an inch increments, so you can cut all the way along all the different widths. But this length ruler will allow you to cut across the folded width of a quilting weight fabric, so that's why it's absolutely ideal. What you'll find then, as you're doing it, then maybe you're doing other things. You're doing patchwork, you're having to cut smaller pieces, maybe you've got to draw lines on things, maybe you are cutting half square triangles to size or something. You'll need a smaller ruler, because that you could use this one, but it's just quite big. Oh, the big one's still on split pay. So it should be, well, it is £32.99, but we've got it on split pay, full-way split pay of £8.24. Honestly, this, I would say, I mean, because if you're a patchworker, you are going to be cutting larger pieces of fabric into the smaller pieces. This is going to be your first ruler. I started off, the first one I had was 6.5 inches wide. I then upgraded to this 8.5 inches, only because it meant that when I had to cut like 4 2-inch strips, I didn't have to keep moving the fabric. I could just move the ruler along, because you cut 2 and then you move your ruler to 4 inches from the edge and cut. So I upgraded. I've still got my 6.5 inches, which I'm fond of, but the 8.5 inches, it just means that you can cut more strips without having to take the ruler off, and then you don't have to straighten up as much. So £32.99. This is Creative Grid, so it's a brilliant make. Because, well, it's got lots of measurements on it, but for me, why it's brilliant is it's got these little texture bits on the back, and then it doesn't slip. So that's why I love it. Also got lots of angles, 30 degrees, 45 and 60, which you will use for different things. If you're cutting on the bias, or if you're trimming things and you want to put the seam on there, or when you're cutting bias strips and then joining them together diagonally, all those angles we'll use. But mainly for me, it doesn't move, so that's the best thing. And then when you want something smaller, now Creative Grids do loads of different sizes. Luckily, we've got loads of them here. This was the next one I bought, because this is great for trimming half square triangles. I also use it a lot as a ruler. So when I just want to draw lines on things, so like if you're watching the last hour, I use this when I'm drawing lines across squares, all sorts, because it's quite lightweight. It's easier to handle than this. Obviously, you can't cut, different rulers for different things. Now, this is on split pay as well. Amazing. So £14.99, but we've got it on full-way split pay for £3.74, which is fabulous, isn't it? Because why not? Why pay it all in one go? We don't charge you anything, and we don't charge you we don't charge you an arrangement fee, and we don't charge you any interest. If you are at the beginning of your rotary cutting journey, or if you just want another ruler, take advantage of the split pay. But these would be, I'd say, the first 2 rulers. Obviously, it might be for you that I'm never going to be cutting fabric across the full width, so I want a different one. But if for basic fabric cutting, rotary cutting and patchwork, these are a brilliant 2 rulers. £14.99. Now, we've also got some other Creative Grids, so I'm going to go through those first. This was the 3rd ruler I bought. It's funny that. I haven't got that one though. Maybe that should be the fourth. This is the third one I bought because it's just longer. So it's the same as this one. Have you not got that one? Oh, it's on the table. Oh, he does. It's the same as this one. It's just longer. So what I found was when I wanted to cut slightly longer strips, I didn't want to use my big ruler. This one is brilliant. So this is 6.5 by 12.5. It's got a brilliant angle here, which not actually no, they don't all have. The big one does. This angle here is really useful when you're lining up things. I used it for which one was it? Pineapple block. It's a really useful way. You need to line up two angles that are two seams that are right angles and then cut across. If you ever do pineapple block, that's a really useful part of the ruler. But again, this might be an extra ruler you've got. If you think, well, I'm never going to use one this small, but I just want something that's a bit lighter weight and easier to move around than the big one. Again, $23.99 for that one. Split pay, $5.99. Fabulous, fabulous. But different rulers for different things. We don't all have all the rulers, and you will know what ruler you need. If you've never done rotary cutting and haven't had a ruler, get yourself the long one and one smaller one, and a mat and a rotary cutter, obviously. But then after that, you'll get what you need. I just found this is one. Now, this next one, this is the one that I do need, that I don't have, and this is 8.5 inches square. And that means, because with that extra 8.5 inches, it means that I could cut when I don't need my whole ruler. So say I'm cutting a smaller piece of fabric into pieces, I can cut again, because what I like to do is not moving the fabric. So I'll cut a 2-inch strip by lining the 2-inch there, and then I'll move the 4-inch, line that up with the other fabric and cut there. And then it means I don't have to keep moving the fabric, because when you move it, you tend to have to straighten it back up again. So this is the one I would like, is 8.5 inches, because it's as wide as this long one, but a little bit bigger than this one. So again, very useful for trimming down your half square triangles when they're bigger than the 6.5 inches. So $16.99 for that. You'll know if you need that. You'll be like all of us sewers. We do things we think I could really do with one that's a bit bigger or a bit smaller or a slightly different shape. So this one is $16.99, and again, that's on split pay, £5.66. It's a really good opportunity today to build up your ruler stash. Take advantage of our split pay, and then you pay them over the 3 months. The next one, so now this is the original one I had. This is your 6.5 inches. I upgraded to the 8.5 inches. So again, this is 24.5 inches long. So you'll be able to cut the full width of the fabric, but obviously it's a lower cost at $28.99. You may find that you don't ever want to have the extra. It was just those extra 2 inches meant that I could cut more without having to move my fabric. But obviously this works just as well to cut across the whole width of the fabric. It is 24.5 inches, and when you fold your fabric in half, it's going to be 22. So it is long enough, but obviously it's a little less cost than the 8.5 inches. But, you know, again, you'll know whether you need it or not. $28.99, honestly, and they just last and last and last. And they're nice, and these grippy bits, it just means that when you put your hand on it, it doesn't move, which is fab. So that's all of my creative grids. I've got one more. Oh, I should have one more. Oh, this baby one. Yes, I've got a baby one left. This is really cute. So this is 2.5 by 6 inches. I haven't got this one. I need to have this one. I would use this one as a ruler because it's really good for drawing little lines. I've seen Jenny Jackson use this. She uses this a lot for FPP and for EPP. So when you've only got to cut little bits or draw little bits, it's really useful for that. So if you're just, you know, drawing maybe like a box corner, or you're just cutting a 1/4 inch strip, or you want to draw a 1/4 inch line, because it's smaller, it's obviously a lot easier to be dealing with than a really big ruler. So it's for your small cutting and drawing tasks, $16.99, and it's on 3-way split pay as well. So again, you'll know if you need that or not. And it's all in increments. And it says, I love my quilting friends. Obviously. Really cute, but again, nice little one. It's quite a good one if you need to take one like to workshops and you only need just a small ruler for those smaller tasks. Because you don't want to be using a great big ruler like this when you only want to draw a little line. I got another message from Carol. I love your jumper, Rebecca. Did you make it? From Carol. Yeah, I did. I know. Thank you so much. Thank you, because no one else. It's only you guys who notice such things. If I wore this out, no one knows. I did make it. It's from a design by Kate Davis, and she has a website, and you can buy the pattern, or you can buy like kit like I did, because I saw the colourway she knitted it in, and I wanted it to be exactly the same. So if you want half an hour of joyous pleasure, obviously when Sewing Street's finished, go onto the Kate Davis website. She's got loads and loads of designs. I've got to decide which one to do next. Loads of them, and they're all gorgeous. Anyway, thank you very much for your lovely comments. I'm going to do this big ruler next. This is Fiskars. Now, this rotary is a ruler and a cutter all combined together. But it's really good if you struggle with dexterity, because all you have to do is hold the ruler and then you push your hand on the cutter. You just push it down and you roll it. Let me put it on a mat. If I cut my hands off. Well, not cut my hands off. Won't, because it's very safe, but I will cut the desk. You just press it down and it will cut. So you haven't got to hold a rotary cutter and a ruler. If you struggle with holding a rotary cutter with your hand, because, particularly if you're doing loads, it can make your hands ache after a while. With this one, it's got all of the markings, so you can do exactly the same thing. It's long enough to fit across the whole width of the fabric. So you can cut your quilter weight fabric folded in half, so it's long enough for that. But it's got measurements in 1/8 of an inch increments, and it's 6.5 inches wide. It's also got a handle, which is quite handy, because if you want to hang it, if you've got like a little hook or nail on the wall, you can hang it up. But it just means it's also got a nice weight to it, because it's got this metal runner on it. You just line it up, and then all you have to do is push the hand down. Now, the good thing about it is, if I turn it over, you can see, I'm not going to touch it because it's sharp, but it's a 45mm blade. So any 45mm blades that you buy for normal rotary cutters will fit in here. You don't need a special one for this. It just needs to be a 45mm blade in there. Elizabeth says, the Fiskars cutter and ruler is fantastic. I have severe arthritis in my hands and wrists, and this is brilliant. Oh, Elizabeth, thank you so much for your message, because I've heard that from a lot of people, that when you hold... when you hold a rotary cutter, you've obviously got to, with some of them you have to hold a button down, with some of them you can just open them, but you've still got to grip that. Whereas this, you are just pressing down. And also you've got a cutter and a ruler all together. I mean, if you find, well, I need to cut smaller pieces, you'll only be doing, maybe with a smaller ruler and cutter, you'll only be doing a few of those, but for cutting all those lengths, it's great. And I know, thank you so much, Elizabeth, because I know there's a lot of people who think, oh, I can't do rotary cutting anymore. It makes my hands ache. So this is the answer. And also with the handle there, you see, you can hang it up on the wall, on a hook. And it could be the answer to all your rotary cutting. $64.99, but obviously remember, you are getting the ruler and the cutter all together, and you just buy yourself spare blades, just normal 45mm ones, any blades you want to do it. In fact, let's do blades next. Pardon? Oh, the other ones, these blades. Right, blades. If you want some blades, we've got a pack of 3. So easy, rotary blades. These 45mm blades, they will fit in any rotary cutter. So whether you've got this Fiskars one, whether you've got a needle and bear, a clover, an alpha, whatever cutter that you happen to have, as long as it's 45mm, the spare blades will fit in here. $8.99. Always great to have spare blades. I managed to cut. She had a nightmare on Sunday. I cut my tape measure in half. How did I do that? Went through my rotary cutter. Then I managed to iron 2 fabric clips. Have you ever seen a fabric clip melting? Quite interesting, really. I went, what is that smell? I'd obviously put my iron down on it. And when I pulled them off, they came off like long strings. So I waited, top tip if you ever do that, I waited for it to cool down, and then they actually just peeled off. It was quite easy. And then, after that, I cut through a pin, and I had to change the blade in my cutter. I think I was rushing. I was having a Russian sewing day. I know, but it's just, you know, when one thing goes wrong, I thought, I can't believe I've cut through my tape measure again. It was underneath my fabric, and I'm normally like really careful. I press the button in the middle, I put it to one side anyway. Two fabric clips on my iron, which amazingly came off, and then I cut through my blades. So always have some spare blades. So someone's asked how these compare with the titanium. Well, I haven't actually used the titanium. I'd like to, but I haven't. I ought to, because I go through so many blades because I'm always going over pins. The titanium ones are supposed to be a lot stronger and more durable. So therefore, I don't know. I haven't used them, so I don't know how they compare. I'm going to have to get myself some and use them when I'm cutting out a big quilt or something, just to see if you do feel the difference, because they're supposed to be sharper. I don't know about the sharpening. Have you used titanium rotary blades? If you have, could you message in and let us know? Because I haven't used them yet. I need to get myself some. But it's not people who've had a pack and said, you know, you get reviews, someone goes, the delivery was wonderful. I think, I don't really care that. I actually want to know, how did you get on with them and what were they like 3 months later? So if you've used titanium blades, could you let us know? Because it's like real people using them that makes a difference. So I haven't used them myself, so I don't know, but love to get your feedback on it. So what you think. See, are they worth it? Because I know they're more expensive. Oh, Elizabeth said there's not much difference. Okay. What difference is there? Are they sharper? Do they last longer? They're not supposed to blunt as fast. All I know about titanium is I always have to have titanium earrings because I'm really allergic to things. And so they're really good for allergy, but I don't suppose that's got anything to do with rotary blades, is it? What I'd like to know is, do they survive going over pins? Because if they do, I'm investing. So that's all the rotary things. We'll go through cutters in a minute. I just want to talk about these needles because I've got them for the last hour. Now, we do loads of different needle bundles with all the needles you need, all mixtures of needles. But sometimes you just need one packet of the right needles for the job. So Microtex needles, this is a pack of 5. If you've not tried Microtex, have a go at these. If you tend to always use the universal needle that comes with your sewing machine, that's fine. But the thing is with the universal, it's a little bit sharp and a little bit ballpoint all at the same time. So universal, you can use it for all fabrics. If you want a really sharp needle, which is brilliant for quilting weight cotton, but also for things like, you know, that polyester velvet, amazing for that. Lightweight fabrics like lawn, brilliant. I also use them for faux PU and faux leather. The leather needles are for real leather. Don't use them for the faux because they rip them. So they're just really sharp. And these are, just checking this. Oh yeah, they're all the same size. Yes, they're all size 60. So they are fabulous. I wouldn't use them for a heavier weight fabric because they're size 60. You'd need probably a 70, but I would use these for quilted weight cotton. These are what I use for all of my patchwork. They're just sharper than your universal. I find they slip through the fabric better. If you've ever had problems with fabric where it pulls the thread of the fabric a bit, normally it's because you need to change your needle. Have you ever done that where you've sewn a seam and then you see a thread of the fabric that's pulled out a bit? You only change your needle, but Microtex is really good. Have a go, $2.99, see what you think. I started using them. They are Schmetz's name for sharps. It's the same thing, sharps, Microtex, it's the same thing. But they are really sharp. Now these are for quilting. Now obviously you can use Microtex, you can use universal for quilting. If you're going to be doing a lot of quilting, get yourself some quilting needles. They've got a thicker shaft, so it means that they're stronger and they'll go through the 3 layers of your top fabric, your wadding and your backing fabric. They're really, really good for that. And also they've got a slightly bigger scarf, which is the bit that sits behind the eye. So if you're using thicker thread, and they're sharp. So if you are quilting, and if you're machine quilting, you're going to be quilting for a while, aren't you? It really is worth changing your needle. So if you're a patchwork and a quilter, get yourself a packet of Microtex, get yourself a packet of quilting needles, because it is about using the right tools for the job. Again, these are size 75 to 90, so they will cover your quilting weight cotton up to something slightly thicker. Maybe if you were quilting denim or something a bit heavier weight than a quilting cotton. But the 75s will be perfect for that. I find it makes a difference. I mean, to be honest, if I'm just doing a little bit of quilting, I'll keep my Microtex in because I can't be bothered to change the needle. But if I'm going to be doing a lot of quilting, even just a whole block, I will pop a quilting needle in because it does slip through the fabric better. And if you use the right needle, you get more consistent length stitches and less skip stitches. Give it a go, see what you think, and let me know. Message from Julie. Can you recycle the cutting blades? I'm worried about just putting them in the bin. Well, I don't. What I do, Julie, is I buy them in like little plastic things. These are out of stock, like this. And then I've got once I've used them, I've got one packet and I put old blades on, and then I have the new blades, and then I know they're packaged in something. So I wouldn't, but if you haven't got a plastic box, you need to find something that you can put them in. I don't know about recycling. I've never seen anywhere. Does anyone know? Have you ever seen anywhere where you cycle rotary blades? I just put mine into a plastic box and then tape them all up before I throw them out. Yeah, definitely don't put them in the bin. Can you imagine the poor dustman if he cut his hands on that? But, you need to find, I guess what you need is a plastic container, don't you? I don't know, we'll look into that. Or if anyone does know, message us. Let us know if you know, how do you recycle them? Yeah, I wouldn't put them in the bin. That would be really mean. Or jar. Or you could put them in a glass jar, couldn't you? But then you wouldn't be able to recycle a glass jar. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, but you couldn't put a glass jar with a metal rotary blade in the recycling, could you? So I don't. We need to find out the answer to that one because I don't know. We'll investigate. What shall we do next? Oh, well, I'll finish off with these needles because I've got a few here. Oh, you've got quilter needles. Oh, so these are different make. These are hemline, but these are different sorts. So we've got medium 80-12 quilting, titanium. There we go. Back on the titanium thing. So I'm going to start with the titanium, ends in 91. So these are size 80. So this is your quilting weight, because I would say quilting weight is about 65 to an 85. And these are titanium. So in theory, these are going to be even better and stronger. Pack of 4, $3.99. And again, the great thing about the quilting needles is they're nice and sharp as well. Anne says, sorry, I've just come in. Can you use these on a brother 1100? I don't know, but I would have thought so. I would have said the Schmetz needles you definitely can, because a lot of the brands like Elna, Brother and Dukey will recommend the Schmetz ones. So I can't see why not. I'm not going to say definitely because I haven't got a Brother machine. I have got an Elna and a Dukey, and you can definitely use them in those. But I don't know about a Brother. If anyone knows, could you message us, or we'll find out. But I don't ever like to say yes, definitely, or no, not, if I don't know for sure. But I'll find out. But I would have thought so because of the make of them. I would have thought so, but I don't have a Brother machine. So I will find out for you, though. Or I'll get my investigative reporter, Chris, to find out. That's his new job title. Not producer, investigative reporter. Right, next quilting needle. Again, this is non-titanium, this is normal, and these are medium size, so that's your size 80, which is for your normal cotton. That ends in 05, so that's normal non-titanium. So a little less, $2.99 for those. Oh, good. We've got lots of messages about blade disposal. Fabulous. And you see. Oh, so someone's message say all recycling centres have sharps disposals. Do they mean needles or cutting blades? And also, apparently, some pharmacists and doctors will help. Brilliant. I'd never thought about that. You know, when it says sharps, I always thought that meant just needles, but rotary cutting blades is sharp, isn't it? Like that. Yeah, because maybe can you put knives in the sharps and disposals, sharps section? You might be able to. And some pharmacists will. It would be great to know where you can dispose of them, because I wonder what they do with them afterwards, because they are so sharp. I mean, I'm still just filling up my my pot. I haven't actually thrown it in the bin. It's just getting more and more and more in there. Hi Rebecca, with machine needles, is it the higher the number, the thicker the needle, or vice versa from Karen? It's the opposite way to sewing needles, bizarrely. Hand sewn needles, the higher the number, the thicker they are. So a 90 needle is thicker than a 70. But just to confuse you, when you go to hand sewn needles, it's the other way around. So a size 24 tapestry needle was finer than a size 20. So it's the other way around. But with machine needles, the higher the number, the thicker they are. And the reason for that, I do know that, is because machine needles are done in metric. They're not done in imperial. They're done in metric. So that size, 80, 75, 90, is directly relative to the diameter of the needle. However, hand sewn needles, because they've been around a lot longer before metric was even invented, they're not even done on imperial. They're done on some really weird needle standardized sewing gauge that nobody, I still don't understand. It goes back years. And that's why they have numbers like 24. And weirdly, with hand sewing needles, the numbers of each type of needle don't correlate to each other. So if you had a 24 tapestry needle, that would be a different size to a 24 bead and crewel or chenille. No idea why. With machine needles, easy peasy. It's all done on metric. The higher the number, the thicker, the bigger the needle, and a 90 quilting will be the same as a 90 universal. But that's because sewing machines needles went metric and hand sewn needles go back centuries to a standardised needle. It's all done on wire. That's why. It's all done on wire gauges, which goes back even further, because hand needles are drawn out from wire gauges. Little bit of useless information. Useless but interesting information. One more. We haven't done the 90. So this is a quilting needle for thicker, heavier fabric, like jeans, denim, canvas, something that's not quilting weight cotton, a bit higher, if you want to quilt on it, because you might do. Right, what should we do next? Oh, let's do the iron cleaner, only because I haven't got any left, due to my fabric clip melting escapade. But actually, if you let your iron cool down, the fabric clip just snapped off. Marvellous. Stopped being stringy anymore. I need some more of this. Honestly, iron cleaner is brilliant. It smells terrible. Smells terrible when you do it. So what you need to do is open the windows, and then you put, you get your iron, needs to be hot, and put an old piece of fabric or a scrap of fabric or an old towel or something, and you rub it all over with this, and then it all starts melting and dripping down your iron, and then you get an old piece of fabric and wipe it off. Oh, it's genius. Comes clean. If your iron is really marked, you might have to do it a couple of times, but it is really worth it. It's worth getting before you need it, a bit like stain removal, because when you need it right now. £4.99, that's actually quite a good price, actually, because I use it with my iron cleaner. Can't think what make that is. Yeah, it's good. It looks like a Pritt stick. Don't mix them up. Don't want to be putting Pritt stick on. Don't mix them up. We're going to go for random things that I like. The needle gripper. I love these. I use these for all sorts. So in theory, what needle gripper? They're used for pulling needle through fabric. You know, when you just can't get the needle through. I use them for all sorts. I find them really useful for getting fluff out of my sewing machine. Turn it off first, obviously, because you're putting metal inside it. Because what you do is when you close the, here we go, I'll show you. This is why they're so good. £11.99, honestly, once you've got them, you will use them all the time. So you just squeeze your fingers together and that unlocks. You see that bit there? It unlocks that. And when you squeeze them, so you don't have to do it two hands. And then inside these, there's like grooves, like on the feed dogs. And honestly, they will grip onto anything. They are amazing. So if you want to pull something out, people are always borrowing mine in the house. If you want to pull something through something and absolutely grip it, it is brilliant. And you do it one-handed as well, because you go like that, see? And it will grab on. I use them when I'm putting sliders on zips, because I'm absolutely rubbish at doing that on a continuous zip, is if I've got a coil zip, I pull out the coil slightly, because if you pull the coil, you can then straighten it. And then I then put the slider over that coil and pull the coil through the slider using these, and it goes on magically. I know there's lots of different tools for doing that, but if you need to pull something through something that you can't get it through, even if it's like through a casing, or if you've got something stuck that you really need to grip, because it honestly, it's not like a normal pair of, it is like better than any tweezers because of that grip, and because it locks, once it's in there, it's not going anywhere. It's one of those tools that is absolutely essential when the moment that you need it and you think, oh, fantastic. But if you've dropped like a pin inside your machine or you've got a big clump of thread, turn the machine off. Do not put anything metal inside a motor electric thing. Turn it off. But this will, you can really grip things to get them out. They are brilliant. Love mine. But particularly for zips. That's what I use mine mainly for. Oh, let's do these lovely fabric clips. These are so lovely. I mean, I love a fabric clip at the best of times, but these are lovely because they are really posh. You've got black ones and clear ones, and they've got gold springy bits. I think they're lovely, aren't they? So I have packs of all the coloured clips, which is great, but aren't these posh clips? $6.99 for 30. Well, you know when you sort of clip things together and you want them all to be the same colour, or you want them to look nice, or if you use your fabric clips not for fabric, for other things like packets of crisps and sweets and things that you need to clip the top of instead of paper clips. Brilliant, instead of staples. Chris said he never thought of using his for crisps. I quite often use them for things like that. If you need to keep something closed at the top, like, you know, those foil wrapped tea bags, and then it keeps them fresher, because what else are you going to use to go across the top of one of those? I tell you what they are really good for is whoever invented bags that spaghetti goes into. Honestly, if you use a whole lot of spaghetti, it's fine, isn't it? You empty it all in the saucepan, lovely. If you only use half a packet of spaghetti, have you ever tried, once you cut the top off, you know those clips you buy from IKEA that you put across, you can't seal it because it's not enough. So what I do is I turn the top over and use a fabric clip. So what they need to do, spaghetti bag manufacturers, is make the bags a little bit bigger, so because we don't all use 500 grams of spaghetti at one time. But the spaghetti doesn't always have the sticky seals, whereas the other pasta bags do. It's a conundrum. So that's what I use those for. What shall we do next? Oh, we've got quilter's tape. This is brilliant. I love quilter's tape. That's the wash away. Well, you could do either, really. I'll go with wash away. This is brilliant. It's double-sided. It's like double-sided sticky tape, but it washes away. It is absolutely brilliant for zips. If you struggle to put in zips, you know when you're putting a zip in between lining fabric and outer fabric, or just underneath an opening, maybe a postbox opening, because the zip tape is quite stiff, isn't it? And it's not easiest to get a pin through because it's quite tightly woven. If you place some tape across your zip, and then peel it off, then you can stick it to the fabric. So whether you're sticking it right sides up because it's going across a postbox opening, or whether you're sticking it right sides down because you're going to be sewing it into the top of something, this holds it in place. You can sew through it and it won't gum up your needle, and it will wash away afterwards. So it's brilliant for that. This one as well, I know it's called quilter's tape. So this one says it's really good for holding trims and appliques in place. Yeah, I guess so. So I hadn't really thought about that. I've always used it for zips. So you could use it for bag making. It's basically double-sided if you want to. Maybe you need to stick two bits of like PU together. But say you need, have you ever tried sewing rickrack or Velcro on? I think it'd be brilliant for that. Because again, rickrack and Velcro is so tightly woven, it's quite hard to pin. To get it on straight, it's not easy, but you could stick it on with this. So anything that you need to stick on, because it's very narrow, it's 5/16 of an inch wide, basically 8 millimeters. Really good for that. This is different, completely different product. It's single-sided. So this is used as a guide for quilting. So if you don't want to mark lines on your quilt top using a friction pen, if you can't, or if it won't show up, if it's a darker fabric, you stick these on and then you can sew along the line and then they just peel off. So it's a different product, as in it's single-sided. I'm just seeing whether they suggest doing anything else. Oh, you can use it for marking clothing, alterations, holding loops into tape. So it's really, if you think of that as single-sided, so that's really good for marking things, £1.99, and you get 27 metres on that. This one, double-sided, so this is holding things together, and that's wash away. So very, very useful, but for different things. And that is brilliant. You can also mark, because it will bend a little bit, you can mark slightly curved lines as well. There we go. That's your single-sided. I keep moving them. Single-sided, single-sided and double-sided. Let's do tape measures next. So I need a new tape measure. And do you know what I've done with my tape measure that I cut in half? I've tied a knot in it now. No, I've tied a knot in my tape measure now. So all my life starts at 20 centimetres. There we go. I just have to go up. I just have to go up to like 20 inches and move on from there, because I'm not going to throw it out just yet. This is a great tape measure because it's longer than your normal ones. It's a 300 centimetres. It's hemline. I like these tape measures because the hemline tape measures are not very expensive for what you get. This is longer, 300 centimetres, but it's got a really strong spring in it. You can see, if you listen to that, you can tell a quality tape measure by the sound. See, doesn't that sound good? It's really nicely marked, centimetres on one side, inches on the other, really easy to see. It's got a nice, strongly affixed metal ends. The metal ends come off some tape measures, but nicely strongly affixed metal end. And, there we go, really good, strong, retractable as well. £3.99. I find I use this a lot because with a tape measure, although this is 3 metres long, I wouldn't ever pull it out right to the end. If you do, sometimes they don't go back in again. So with your 150 centimetres, if you get up to about 60, you think, oh, I can't go any further. This you can use for a lot more things. So if you are measuring dressmaking fabric, curtain fabric, or just something longer, maybe you've got extra wide backing, it's worth having one of these. And actually, they're only a pound more than 150 centimetres, so worth having. I have both. Luckily, I haven't cut through that one yet. It's the other one I've cut through. Well, we talked about rotary cutting earlier, so let's talk about rotary cutters. Lots of different sorts of rotary cutters. We've got different sizes. I'm going to start with your Goldilocks size, which is the 45mm, because this is your medium size. This is what most people use for their cutting. It's got a really nice, just one single switch that you use to show the blade for when you're cutting, and then the second you've finished, close it again. You can use any 45mm blades to replace in it. It's only £7.99, and it's titanium. Well, maybe we'll find. Jennifer says, hi Rebecca, great show. Could you let me know if the cutting board's next to you on the show today? Yes, and I'm about to do them. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, I'm about to do them on cutters first. So these are there's a 45mm, £7.99. That's a bargain, actually. That could be your second one. That could be your workshop one. The next one is the big one. This is your 60mm. So this is really good for cutting larger fabrics. Because of the circumference of the blade is obviously much bigger, you don't have to push as far to go through so many. So if you are doing a lot of cutting fabric from the bolt, a lot of long cuts, use a 60mm rotary cutter because you're not going to have to push it for as long because of the circumference of the blade. £9.99 for that one. 28mm. So a lot of people will use a 28mm rotary cutter for dressmaking or for doing small pieces, or you know, when you're, even if with patchwork, if you're cutting out like a box corner, like an inch corner, it's much easier to get round with a little cutter. Or a lot of people will use them when they're cutting out like their EPP just around the edge of a hexie. Because again, because the circumference of the blade is smaller, you can get round tighter corners. And then the tiny baby one, 18mm, well, basically smaller little pieces for cutting out. A lot of people will use these for dressmaking, for cutting around sort of collars, the edges of things, if you know, like seams, the edges of arms, around those. Or people use them for papercraft as well, for just little cutting bits, because they're just small. So it depends what you start. If you've never done rotary cutting, start with the 45mm and then work outwards depending on what you need them for. Right, cutting nets. So Rotary mats. I would not be without my rotary cutting mat. Now, this isn't big enough to for the full width of your fabric, but that's not what it's for. This is for when you are cutting smaller pieces of fabric and you don't want to move them. So if you are making 8 half square triangles or 4 half square triangles in a go, and you've got to cut diagonally up one way and across, you need to be moving the board, not the fabric. So what you do, this one, beautiful pink, they come in different sizes. This one's 18 inches. Unlock the board at the back like that. It locks so that when you store it, it doesn't rotate. And then you would just move it. So you move the board, not yourself. When you're doing FPP, if you've got to get around the corners, you move that. The problem is if you're cutting like a 4-inch square from something, it's really tempting to sort of go the other way, or go up that way and go up that way, or cut towards you. Never cut towards you. End up cutting your fingers off or stabbing yourself or something. But if you've got a rotating board, you rotate the board, not yourself. It's, really useful as well for, when you've got a block and you want to trim it to size, you can put it on there and you've got all of the measurements. We've also got it in green. So green is your traditional, for some reason cutting mats originally were always in green. This is your traditional, $32.99, 18-inch square. That's your more fun pink. Again, it will lock into place because you can use it as a normal cutting mat, and if you don't want it to rotate, I'm going to lock mine back, then just push the things and then it will lock. Now, we've also got 12-inch versions, really because of space. If you think, well, I don't want, see, that's the difference. If you think, I don't need such a big mat, I'm only going to be cutting little things, then obviously this is less expensive, $16.99 for this one. And maybe you're going on workshops or something, and you just want a little cutting mat. You may or may not need to rotate. This one locks as well, because it's smaller, it's only got 2 levers, it doesn't need all 4. Oh, I haven't done that one. But that one will, there we go. That one will unlock as well. So, and it spins. It's got loads of different markings and circles and all sorts on it as well. So that's the green one, and we've also got it in pink as well. There we go. Right, this one, that's in green. Oh, it might be underneath there. No, I've only got the green one. Now, have the machine mat. Now, I really want one of these. God. Oh, which one? I haven't got the A1. Have we got a picture of it? Have we got a picture of the A1 cutting mat? 90 by 60 centimetres, that's a good size. So that must be, I'm guessing, is that 34 by 36 by 26? Right, 24 by 36. So this is the cutting mat that you need if you are starting rotary cutting and you are cutting fabric across the width. This is the size that I have, because it is wider, so the 24 is wider than quilting weight fabric when it's when it's folded in half. So that means you can use the long 24.5-inch ruler that I showed you earlier on this mat. It's metric on one side and it's imperial. Brilliant, so you can use it for both things. I've got this at home. In fact, mine's really sticky at the moment because I used it for spraying yesterday. But easy to wash off, actually, because I have 2 cutting mats, and I tend to use one if I'm using basting spray. But it's a really, really good cutting mat because you can put your fabric. So if you are new to rotary cutting and you want to cut fabric the full width, if you want to cut it when it's folded in half, that is the mat that you need. $37.99, and it's a really good mat. Right, last thing, machine mat, because I really want one of these. You put your machine on it, and it not only protects your work surface, but what I want it for is my table's a little bit wobbly, and somebody told me, I think in fact Juki told me, that you should put them on a mat, because it keeps it still, but it also reduces vibrations, and it's much better for your machine as well. It has a slip reduction finish, and it helps it gives you a nice work surface. I also like the fact it's got slightly tapered edges, but it's supposed to be a lot better for your machine to have that cushioning, because then there's less vibrations into it. So I'm going to get myself one of those. $15.99. It's 60 by 40 centimetres. So if you've got a massive machine, do measure it first to make sure that your machine will sit on there. I mean, I doubt it's wider than that, but you just need to check the length. If you've got an enormous machine, for most standard machines, it will be absolutely fine, but it will protect your machine. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour and for all your tips about the rotary blades. If you've got any more, if you've used titanium blades, can you let me know? Because I need to just get some and try them out for a few months. I'm going to be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. I'm going to do the Amber Makes bestsellers, most of which have sold out in the past. So there's a lot of previous kits that we haven't done for ages and ages. And also some that we've we've bundled with some money saving as well. So go and make yourself a cup of tea and I'll see you back in a few minutes' time.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Here's my shop. I have so many things here, it's great. So they asked me could I do a roundup show of all of our bestsellers. So I went through and there were so many we haven't done for ages and things that we needed to get reprinted and stuff. So I went through them all, and even some of our our original blocks in the month right at the beginning. I'm going to start with one of my favourite kits, which really simple. When we launched Sewing School a couple of years ago, this was all for new people, and obviously the kits that we do, some are more complex, some are easier. This is like written right for beginners, and I love it. It's one of my favourites. I think Amy did beautiful illustrations for it, and it's so useful. So they're called reusable produce bags, because you know when you go to the supermarket and you fill up and you can put them in like little mesh bags or plastic bags, you can take these instead. And then when you've got them at home, it's much better to store them in. So in the kit, you get the pieces, and this is one of my favourite things, and I have one of these at home, and I keep my potatoes in it, because you should keep your potatoes in a cotton or linen bag and not in plastic. So on the panel is everything you need to make 4 bags. So you've got the potato bag with a drawstring. Then you've got a vegetable bag. And look at that. This kit comes in 2 different colorways, by the way, but I love this one. This is called Farm Shop. I always think of, no, it's called, is it Farm? This one is called, yeah, it is called Farm Shop, because I always think of Farm Shop Services. In fact, they should sell these in Farm Shop Services to put your vegetables in. Then there's a vegetables one. And then look, I love this one. This is for your sort of, your like little herbs or your garlic or your ginger. And then the really cool one is the bread one. And I have one of these as well. All you need is loaf, da, 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 on one side. And the best is yet to come. Because we all know that if you store bread in a cotton or linen bag and not plastic, it will last longer, or rolls in it. So what you do is you store your bread, and it's got a big box bottom, so you can put a whole loaf in it. And then what you can do, or if you do something like, if you put rolls and you warm them up, if you roll it over like so, you can then use it to serve. If you fill that with like nice white crusty rolls, then you can serve it. But I do keep my bread in a cotton bag because it does last longer. So in the kit, you get all of the pieces, and this is why it's one of my favourites, because I think it's really easy, nothing complex about it at all. You don't need anything except for some sewing thread and your time. And look at the size of the panel. Everything is on there. Everything that you need. The instructions are written from a complete beginner's point of view as well, like how to sew straight lines, how to cut, everything. And it's £24.99, and it has a video tutorial. So it comes into 2 different colourways. It's a brilliant gift for somebody as well, because who doesn't need all of these? And then you take these to the supermarket and fill up your loose potatoes. I love that one. Just because that's the instructions. With it comes with your video tutorial. Really, really, really comprehensive, because it's part of the Sewing School series, and it's one of my favourites. We also did it in another colourway, which I love as much. I think I prefer Farm Shop Services. No, it's not called Farm Shop Services. Farm Shop. This is, where's potatoes? Oh, here's potatoes. I love this one, though, because I love all the words on it. So you've got Maris Piper, sweet potatoes, new potatoes, red potatoes, and russets. So there's all your potatoes. This is all your vegetables. I love these. Aunt Amy's drawing's brilliant. Carrot, parsnip, corn on the cob, leek, red onion. So that's for your vegetables. So, you know, when you go and buy your loose carrots, they look lovely in there, wouldn't they? And then this one is for your shallots, rosemary, garlic, mint, ginger, so for your little herbs or your garlics. And then this is the bread one. Sourdough, baguette, loaf of bread, ciabatta, bagel. With all that sort of nice big box bottom, so you can keep your bread in it, or you can roll it over and use it like as a bread basket. That's that kit. Obviously exactly the same instructions. It just has a separate panel that looks like this, a really big panel, this one. £24.99. I love the illustrations on it. But it is a nice, if you want to make something for somebody that they'll actually use, or if you're new to sewing and you want to make something that you will actually use, then make this. It's perfect for beginners. It was the first one in sewing school, and it's something that you'll use, and it's good for the environment, isn't it? No more plastic bags, and it makes your bread last longer as well. So that was one of the message from Carol. Good morning. Is the Amber Makes kit for the charger and the wires for travelling still available? Cables and chargers. Carol, I don't know. I'd have to look. I haven't got it on the show, but Chris said he'll have a look and see if he can find it. And he'll add it to his list as my investigative reporter. So it's great. I have all these questions. I don't know, but I will get Chris to check. The next one I'm going to do is the How to Patchwork the Piece of Tote. Well, I'm going to go for the shibori one, because I remembered that I gave Ollie the other one. So Ollie, our director, asked me if he could have this one, and he gave it to his mum for Christmas. And I said, that's fine, you can have it, I'll make another one. Have I? No. So this, no, obviously not. So this is the, it's called Piece of Tote. So this is, if you've never patchworked, this is all about how to patchwork. It comes in 2 different colourways. This is the shibori one, but it also comes in Portuguese tiles, which I don't have because I gave it to Ollie. But what you've got is all the fabric pieces on the panel, and it will teach you how to do patchwork. If you were with me for my block of the month, they're basically done in the same way as the top of that tulip, where you do a triangle and square. So this is a really good way to learn to patchwork, because you've only got to patchwork the front. The back is pre-printed. The sides are pre-printed. It's got fabric handles, but Amy designed them to look like leather. She even put the little holes in them as well. And then it's beautifully lined in a shibori print. So that's I'll show you the panel. Carol, we do, but you have to go to my website to find it. They're on there. Yeah, if you go on to ambermakesco.com, the chargers and cables bag is on there. We haven't got them here anymore, but they are on there with lists of the zips you need as well. So those are all the pieces for the shibori bag. And again, if you are new to patchwork, that was why we did sewing school. I don't assume any knowledge. It tells you what you need, how to do your rotary cutting. In the instructions, there's lots of things that are written in orange, like stitch length, press, wrong side, things that you might not have done before. So if you're brand new to sewing, techniques and terms that you might not have done, this goes into a lot more detail. Then when you get to the back, we've got terms and techniques, and things like piecing, pressing, raw edge, right side, rotary cutting equipment. What do you need? What's the seam allowance? So I designed this whole sewing school particularly for people who haven't done these techniques and want to start, but don't want to just do sewing. They want to actually make something. Because, you know, sometimes you practice these techniques, but you don't actually make something. So that's the shibori one. There is also the Portuguese tiles, which looks like that. And I have got the kit here, the panel, which I can show you, but I gave Ollie the bag. And I said, oh, I'll definitely make another one. I won't. No, I won't. No, I know I won't. If anyone wants to make me one. So look, you've got all the pieces, and they're all printed to size, and all the lining pieces as well have already got the print on them, so it looks like you've patchworked when you haven't. So you're going to learn very basic patchwork, but you've only got to do the front of the bag. So that's the Portuguese tiles version. I think this was the first time we did the Portuguese tiles print. It was so popular. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really love all the oranges and the teals. But once you've made this, you will know how to patchwork. So those were the two kits from sewing school. Then I went through the, let me just put these down here, the sewing block of the month that we did. And one of them that was really, really popular that we sold out of all the time. So the sewing block of the month was a different block, obviously every month, with an illustrated version of something to do with sewing. And also, so on the panel, you got an illustrated version and a pieced version. So this month, it was all about piecing these little stars. So I did this as a sampler, because it was things like we had a sewing basket, we had a sewing machine, we had scissors, they were all sewing equipment, and this was a piece of patchwork. So this is a printed little piece thing in the middle of here. Now if I hold it up, in the instructions you could make the pieced framed in the middle, and then you could make this medallion quilt, which is, if you look at it, you can see that the medallion coming off the quilt is a bigger version of the pieced in the centre, and then you've got flying geese around the edge. So what you need to do that is you need the kit to make the quilt star. So here we go, block of the month, the quilt star. And on here, you've got all of the pieces to make the pieced star. And you've got an illustrated version as well. So you've got two. So you'll make it, and you've got it printed. So you can choose whether you make it or whether you use the printed. You've got all the pieces of fabric. And then you've also got fabric pieces. There was a lot in this kit. And this is, I mean, $14.99. This is the price that when we did it 4 years ago. And it's still the same price. Shouldn't really be $14.99, it'd be $24.99 now. You've also got the pieces to make these 2 little fabric pouches as well. And everything you need. In fact, I'll show you the pictures. So you can make the block, and it shows you exactly how to do that. You've got all of the fabric pieces to make these 2 little storage pods, and you can put the storage pod, you've got different labels on them. You can put buttons on it, or fabric clips. They're brilliant for fabric clips, a little storage pod. And then you've got the instructions of how to make the medallion quilt. If you want to make the medallion quilt, though, you will need this fatter quarter panel, because that has got the fabric on it to put round the edge. So for the medallion quilt, this kit, you can either use the printed illustrated version, or you can make it. You've got both on that panel. That will make the centre. If you want to make the whole medallion quilt, you will need the fatter quarter panel as well, because that has got all of the fabrics. It's got all of the fabrics on it, but it's also got the wood fabric, because you're going to need that to go around the edge. The fatter quarter panel, because that's got... It's really good value, this one, because it's 4 fatter quarters, but we also put this piece of wood strip on. So $19.99 would be the normal price, but the piece of wood effect fabric that goes here, you get sort of for free. So, and also for the corners as well. So if you want to make the whole of the medallion quilt, $19.99 for that. It was one that we kept selling out all the time because it's a really good price. So for $34.99, because you need the medallion, you need the fatter quarter panel. That you can make this beautiful medallion quilt. Yeah, you will need some background fabric as well, but that could be any colour. That could be calico, cream, white, just for the edges of this. But it's all in the instructions for them that will tell you exactly. So if you've got the block of them, this panel and the instructions, it gives you all of that information. But I love that one because I think that's really good value, and I'm amazed that that they're not more. We've kept them to the original prices, I think, which is quite nice, isn't it? Because when does that ever happen? The fatter quarter was massive. Message from Carol. Have you got book covers? The first aid material one. I don't think we did a first aid book cover. We've done loads of book covers. If you go to our website, you can see there's loads of them. But we did a first aid kit, but not a first aid book cover. We did a first aid pouches, but not a book cover. What? Yeah. So I haven't put the book covers today because I've got lots of other things, but they are on the website anyway. I've ordered the swallow bag kit. I love your knitted top. Is there a pan for it? Flo, thank you so much. You need to go onto the Kate Davis website after Sewing Street, obviously. You can get a pattern on there. So I think it's katedavisdesigns.com, something like that. There's a pattern on there, and also kits. It's called the Paper Dolls. Look, shall I show you? Look, it goes all the way around. I'm so proud of myself because it took so long. It's 4-ply, 4-ply fair isle. It was a joy to make, though. And look at the colour, the yarn, it's slightly multicoloured as well. Go on to Kate Davis's website, you'll have the joy. I'm going to choose another one to make next because I really enjoyed this one. Sewing machine. Yes, I've seen it, I've just got to find it. Oh, there we are. Now, this was the first one that we did, and this is the sewing machine cover. So the very, very first one we did. So on the panel, you get the printed version, look, to make, it's a sewing machine. See, it's a sewing machine, but it's a sewing machine cover, you see. So what you get on the panel are all of the pieces. So you've got the illustrated version of the sewing machine, which is fine, so you can use that for the front of your sewing machine cover, or you can actually make it using all the pieces, and then it looks quite different. So if you actually make it, it will look like this, sort of quite blocky, because it's made pieced. If you use the illustrated version, it looks like that, but they're exactly the same size. So this explains exactly how to do it. It's not FPP, it's just normal piecing. So you make the whole sewing machine cover like this, the whole sewing machine block, or use the illustrated one. And then you've also got the pieces on the panel to make this little bits and bobbins case. So you can keep all your sort of sewing machine feet or threads or just your sewing kit in there. And then there are the instructions of how to make a sewing machine cover to fit your sewing machine. So I explain in it, because obviously you can see I've used like a calico here. I've used the block there, but this sewing machine cover needs to fit your machine. So I explain in the instructions how to measure your sewing machine, how to add extra allowance on for the ease and for seams, and then you can make a sewing machine cover with this block. So you could put the illustrated block on one side and the pieced block on the other if you wanted. Right, we've only got 2 of those left now though, so be quick with that one. Yes, I'll do the first aid case. Now I've got the kit here, but I can't find the first aid case. I don't know where it is. I think it might be at home. So I designed this for my son Freddie. That's why it's called Freddie's first aid case. Because when he left home, he phoned me once because he'd cut himself and he didn't even own a plaster. Didn't own a plaster. Who doesn't own a plaster? So I made him a first aid case and I filled it up and I gave it to him for Christmas with his Nurofen, his paracetamol, plasters, antiseptics, all of that kind of thing. And then this is the first aid case. But Amy then illustrated it without Freddie's name on it, obviously. And using this, I just love the prints of this. Let me show you. So this is the panel. This is what it looks like, but obviously I don't have it because I think it might be at home somewhere, but I can't find it. Let me show you the inside. So on the outside of it, you've obviously got a little ambulance. On the inside, there's a zip pocket here, so you can put things like scissors, for plasters and some antiseptic gel or whatever in the little case. And then here, there's a little pocket called Ouch, and that's where you can pop all your plasters, and then it all zips up and you can fill it up. And it also has the pieces to make this little case that says tablets and things. So I put like a packet of Nurofen and paracetamol in there. I filled that with plasters. I put scissors and antiseptic cream, and then I filled it all with lots of other things. And look at the panel. I just think it's just gorgeous. So Amy did a little vintage ambulance. That's the Ouch pocket where you put your plasters. There's look at the lining, it's got thermometers on it. That's that little tablets pouch. It's brilliant for gifts for people who don't even own a plaster. Someone who's leaving home, someone going away. It's brilliant for people going off to uni who don't even own a plaster. It's brilliant for holidays. I have one that I just keep packed when I go holiday or when I go camping. Even things like the little handle have got crosses on them. And then the zip tabs are even designed as well. I mean, it's a lovely thing to make. If you go onto the website, it will list for you all the bits and pieces that you need. And this kit was the first video tutorial I ever did. I decided that we'd launch this one and I would start doing tutorials. So this was the first one. There is a list here, because obviously you need some zips as well, of what you need to do it. But it's a joy to make, and it's a really, really nice gift for somebody. Because who doesn't need Freddie's first aid case? He has the original one, though. His is in denim. His was the prototype that we then based that one on, but it's just a really nice little kit. I'm going to do the supermarket bags next, because I've done these as a set of 3. When we first launched these, this was an idea of my sister's, actually. So when you go to the supermarket, those are the supermarket bags. When you go to the supermarket and you have all those bags in your boot, and then you take them all under your arms and they're all sort of like crinkly, and then you go to the supermarket and you fill it up. I thought, wouldn't it be nice to have a bag that just rolls up like this, and then you can just pop that in your handbag or in your bag or in the boot of your car, and it's easier. So I went to lots of supermarkets and bought lots of different bags, and every supermarket does their bags slightly different. So what I decided was this bundle is for 3. Now, we did a special price for all 3 of them. This is for your main groceries. So you've got flour and tins and shopping, mint sauce. Amber makes mustard. Love that one. Tomato sauce, beans. It's got long handles, so you can put it over your shoulder, because you need that when it's full. When you're getting out of the boot, you might need short handles. So it's got both of them. On the inside, it's not lined, because I wanted it quite simple, but it has got a very nice facing. look at the facing, that matches. It's got all tins, matches the handles. It has really simple French seams on the inside. But then it also has elastic at the top with a button, because you know when they're all in the boot of your car, everything falls out. So that's got the button. But when you then want to store it away, all you do is fold the handles to the inside like this, roll it up, and then you just put the button round, and that's that one. So in this pack, you get the general grocery one, you get the greengrocer's one. Have we got, oh yes we have. Because you need 3, don't you? I always have one with my fruit and veg in, one with all my tins in, one with all my squishy stuff. So this is your fruit and veg one. So on this side, you've got all the fruit. Beautiful. Banana, orange, apple, watermelon, blueberries, strawberries. On the back, you've got all the veg. Matches the veg of those original bags. So you've got potato, red pepper, parsnip, red onion. So that's for all of your fruit and veg. And then again, exactly the same with this one. All you need is a bit of elastic. You just fold the handles in. It's really simple. So I keep one of these in the boot of my car, and then I've always got them when I go shopping. And then the final one is for all the squishy stuff. So whether that's your bread or your cakes or things you just don't want to get squashed, like your chocolate. On one side, now we do sell them individually. That is my favourite. French fancy, not fussed about. Don't think I'd have that. Battenberg Cherry Bakewell. I know, do you know, my son often buys French fancies. I'd never buy a French fancy. What a waste when you could buy 6 Cherry Bakewells or a Battenberg. Gorgeous. So you've got all of the cakes on one side, you've got all the bread on the other side. So when you go to the supermarket, you've got one for your fruit and veg, you've got one for your tins and things, and then you've got one for the stuff that you don't want to be squashed, whether that's bread or, well, you know, the things that you say. So I always have 3 bags. So we did a special price on this of £45 for all 3 of those. And we haven't done that for ages. We've sold them individually, but not the special 3-in-1. Again, right, there's only 5 of these left. Again, this is something that I've made a lot as a set of 3 for people for Christmas. And then I, with one set, actually, because it was my sister's idea, so I made her a set, but I put some of the ripstop lining on the inside as well, which you can do. Let's do the tote bags. So the Swallow tote bag, these are the Totally Totes. So we called this, we started off doing these tote bags called the Totally Tote, because I wanted to make a tote bag that was easy to make but had everything it needed. So for me, a tote bag has got to have a box bottom because you need a bit of depth. It needs nice long handles so you can sling it over your shoulder. It needs a pocket on the inside so that I can put all the things I need to keep safely. The pocket, you can either put a zip underneath in if you want a zip pocket, or just leave it open. And it says secret things on it. But it also needs a matching zip purse so that I can put other things in it, like, well, I can use it as a purse, or I can put my phone in it, or my keys, or just things I want to keep safe. And then the whole package is the Totally Tote. So this is the Swallows one. You get all the fabric pieces you need. You get the matching Swallow fabric for the inside, and you get the fabric that you need for the pocket. You get all the pieces for the purse, and you get the handle. So the only thing you don't get is the zips. So that's Swallows, $19.99. It comes with a video tutorial and a full set of instructions, because we've got it in lots of different, we do the Totally Tote in loads of different prints. This is the, let me just show you the panel for this one. And these are all designed by Amy exclusively for Amber Make, so you won't see these illustrations anywhere else. She's drawn there, it's beautiful. It's like swallows over a poppy field, and even the lining matches. So it's a really simple make, and $19.99. If you have a look at our Totally Totes, this is strange. There were different prices, because depending on when we released them, what the price was. So this is one of the original prices. Some of them are $24.99. It's a big panel, isn't it? And everything is printed exactly to size, so that you don't have to have any templates or any measurements. You just do it exactly the size that you want it. So that's Swallows. That's the Swallows one. I've just picked out 3 of them because we do lots of totes. So I just picked out the three most popular and the 3 that seem to have sold out as well. Right, Meadow Cottage next. Love this one because this is like day and night. It's so pretty. So you've got a lovely thatch cottage in a meadow at night. Well, dusk or about to rain maybe. And in daytime, sunny. So it's slightly different on both sides. And this is the beauty of Amy being able to draw and illustrate and us being able to print, is that you can get exactly what you want. With the bags, you can leave them without any wadding in, which is what that Swallows was. This one, I've put some H640 inside. You can also put Bosal in them if you want them really stiff. Let me just show you the lining of this one. Look, isn't that pretty? Because if you're going to be bothered with the bag, have a nice lining. And that one says Secret Things, and it's got, look, it's only for you, no one else can see inside your pocket, but it's got a little cottage. And it also comes with a matching purse, and I love that because it's like the main, it's exactly the same as the main bag. And it's made in the same way as well, but it's just in miniature. So it's a nice gift for somebody, easy to make, comes with a video tutorial. But look, you see, that one's $22.99. So it all depends. They should have put them all at the same price. It all depends on when we did sort of 3 at a time over a few years. So it just depends on whether they were released. So that one's $22.99. I think they should all be $24.99. Yeah, go on then. Yeah, why not? They should be $24.99, but because the other one was $19.99, that doesn't make sense, does it? $19.99. Why not? But that's so cute, isn't it? A nice gift for somebody as well, because who doesn't want a Meadow Cottage bag? Then the last one, we do have lots of others. If you go onto the website, you'll see all of the others, but I've just put 3 in. This is one of my favourites, the beach huts. And one of our best sellers as well. Who doesn't want to go to the sea? To the seaside. Now, let me show you the panel for this one, because after I'd made it, with the panel, because I always have a test panel and I make it, Amy saw it and said it looks like it's raining, which it does. British weather. So when you get yours, this is what the panel actually looks like. So, you see, so Amy did check, nothing else has changed, and then I never then remade it, but in yours, it will look like the sun is shining. I don't know if it does. It looks like, yeah, a British holiday, doesn't it, about to rain, but yours will look like the sunshine. So just like the others, and it's got, I'll show you on the panel, you can see better. I love the lining on the bag because it's all just like an all-over print of deck chairs. And then you've got the handles, the pockets says Secret Things with the beach huts. So it's got, also, obviously, it comes with its matching little zip purse. $19.99 for that one. So I think that one and Swallow, maybe they were the original ones, and there was another one. I can't remember. We've done a few over the last few years, and I can't remember which ones we did first. If you go onto the website, there are a lot more of the Totally Totes. Those were just sort of 3 of our popular ones. But I made one of these to take on holiday. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant holiday bag because it's just fun, and it's the sort of thing people say to you, oh, that's very nice. Where'd you get that from? So that's the Totally Totes. Let's do the Thatch Cottage, because that was... The Thatch Cottage, again, now this is our... It's either our very first or one of our very first kits, and still one of my favourites. It's the Thatch Cottage doorstop. So this is when we first started doing kits, and we decided, wouldn't it be, how do you ever get brick fabric or thatch fabric? But because Amy can draw it and we can put it on the panel. And I love the fact, when you get those old thatch cottages and they bulge slightly, I always think they're sort of going to split at the seams. So if you really fill it, it looks like that. So it's got a little spotty handle. You can fill it up. I've put gravel in mine, so it's really heavy. It's got a flagstone base. The panel comes illustrated, but if you want, like I've done, I embroidered on top of it, so I put all the roses and the stems, but you can just leave it as it is. And on the panel as well, you'll also get all the pieces to make the little, well, you can use it as a pin cushion, it's quite nice for a pin cushion, or you can use it as a just a matching little ornament. Again, see, 19.99. That's because it's one of the original, the original prints. This is the panel that you will get. So it's quite a long panel. So you've got all of the pieces. Again, everything, if you've not used one of our kits before, everything is printed to exactly the right size. So you haven't got to worry about seam allowances. They're all included. Things like the chimney, so you've got the red bricks on them, then you've got the house. You've got extra applique pieces, so if you want to add a bit of 3D-ness, you can applique the windows and the doors on top of those printed. You don't have to do that, but it just adds a bit of extra. And then you've got like the base and the flagstones. And obviously you get full instructions for that. So that's the thatch cottage. Hi Rebecca, I love the doorstop. Could you just confirm what you fill it with, as I missed what you said? Well, you fill it mainly with soft toy filling, but at the bottom you need some weighted filling. So you can use sand, rice, those special poly pellets that you can get. Fish tank gravel's quite good. I've actually put gravel for my path, which is really heavy. You make a little, I know it's ridiculous, I didn't have any gravel at the time, but just something heavy. I find, to be honest, that sand is the best thing. If you make a fabric bag from just an old scrap of fabric and fill it with place sand, I find that's the best thing. But you only put that in the bottom. The rest of it is soft toy filling, because that's what gives it the bulginess, but you just need something to make it heavy as well. I love my beach hut bag. It always brings a smile and gets compliments when I take it out of a handbag when shopping. Oh, Sue, thank you. I mean, I made one to take on holiday with me, and it's the same. It always makes me smile, even though I made it. You know, even when you've made something yourself, if it's lovely, and I always think if it's got a nice lining as well, and you go into it, it makes you smile. Oh, but thank you for sending your message in. That's really nice to hear. Right, we are now going to go through them really fast. I'm going to do the shapely shoulder bag. This comes in 3 different prints. It's called the shapely shoulder bag because it's got a bit of shape. This is William Morris. It's got a bit of shape. It has pleats. It's got a zip pocket on the outside, optional. A zip pocket on the inside, optional, but very nice. It has a matching zip purse and a tiny little bag charm that you can put a pound coin in, and a adjustable handle. The kit comes with the panel and the instructions, and there's a video tutorial for it as well. And obviously all the pieces are printed on there so that you don't have to do any measuring. So all of that, the corners and the cutout darts and everything are on there. That's $19.99. It also comes in the Monet Water Lily. That's like your National Trust gift shop bag. So you've got the bridge. And the bridge. So with this one, I didn't put a pocket on the outside. That is entirely optional. I decided I'd put the pocket. I didn't put one. No, I did put one on the inside. But you can put one pocket on the outside, one on the inside, or just leave them out. It's up to you. And obviously it comes with a matching little zip purse. This is a really useful bag to take shopping. It's one of our most popular ones because it's just a really nice little size, and with a magnetic snap closure it's not too difficult. And this does also come with its little bag charm, just because it matches the main bag. So that's the water lilies. And then we thought we would do one that was for your sewing shopping, so it's the haberdashery. So you've got a little dog outside. I love that one. Now, with this bag as well, I decided that if you wanted to keep it simple, you could have a magnetic clasp, but you might want to put a zip in the top of yours, just so that it's more secure. In the instructions, it explains how to do both methods. So if you want to make a bag with a zip in, it doesn't matter which of the 3, whether it's the Morris, the Water Lilies, or this one, the instructions and the video will show you how to put a zip across the top, or how to put a magnetic clasp. Because I know some people go, I don't like doing zips, and other people say, I don't like my bag not being as secure. So again, both of those methods in, this one also comes with the matching zip purse and the bag charm, which is inside there as well. So that's the haberdashery one. So it's also quite good if you want to learn how to put a zip into the top of a purse. I'm going to do the birds next because, again, a bit like my supermarket bags, we haven't done them as a set of 3, and we did a special price on the 3. So these are the bird doorstops. There's Gordon, was he Gordon or Gary? Gordon the goldfinch. There we go. Look at his little feather. I love his wings. Amy's done a fantastic job. He looks of illustrating him. So he's a doorstop. He's filled with sand, mainly. Then you get the blue tit, Bertie the blue tit. Look at him. All of these pieces on the panel are illustrated and then printed to the exact size, so you just have to cut round them with all the feathers. And then there's Robbie the robin. So there's the trio. So they look lovely. When you sit them on a windowsill, you can sit them that way and their tails hang down, or you can have them facing towards you on the floor. They also come with babies. Well, not babies, because babies would be brown. They come with, babies wouldn't be very interesting, they'd just be brown. So each one has 2 miniatures. So the robin on the panel will be all the pieces to make the blue tit, and also the 2 mini blue tits, which you can pop in the wings to keep. But it was just because, you know what, there was some space on the panel. I think they're really cute. You could just hang them up with little decorations. I don't think we found all of them when we were going through the cupboard, but they all come with 2. There's one of the mini goldfinches. There goes the goldfinch, and there will be mini robins as well. Just don't know where they are. So what you will get in your kit at this special price, $34.99, you will get instructions, because it's the same instructions for all of them. They're all made in exactly the same way. So there's all of them, all their little things. There's Robbie Robin. And you will get one of each of the panels. So you are making a saving by having them all together. I'm just going to show you one of the panels so you can see how it works. So you can see all the pieces are beautifully printed for each bird. And then you've got the little birds as well. And then they've got letters. So just say you match A to A, B to B. So it's quite simple to do. So if you fancy a trio of garden birds, that's the whole bundle for $34.99, and then you will get all of them there. Right, that's birds. What should we do? Let's do bird houses, thinking about that, because I love a doorstop. I'm going to start with Bluebell House. So what we decided to do, we did doorstops and matching peg bags, because obviously because I think a birdhouse lends itself to a peg bag and a doorstop. So this is Bluebell House doorstop. Let me show you. So there's the little perch that the birds will go on. And then if you open it up, there's the birds on the nest inside the door. And then obviously this is a really posh birdhouse, so it's got a picket fence. That's not a nose, that's a perch. It's got a picket fence, and it has a swing at the back. And obviously a handle, and then it's got a lovely slate roof because it's a really posh birdhouse. So this is the Bluebell House. It's a doorstop. Oh, it's a decoration, but it's just really cute, isn't it? That's Bluebell House. We also did the doorstop, the other kit, in Lavender House. Now, it doesn't have to be a doorstop. This one I didn't put any filling in. It could just be a decoration. You can just hang it up somewhere. So this one is Lavender House. So exactly the same. It's got a little door that opens with the bird inside. It's got the perch. It has to have a perch, doesn't it? How do they get in the hole without the perch? And then you've got the picket fence around the side and the little swing and the slaty roof. So that's the 2 doorstops. And then we did matching peg bags. Just looking for them. I've got I've got them here. So with the peg bags, I'll start with the Bluebell House. The coat hanger has gone missing. So the way it works is you just get a normal wire coat hanger, and that goes up through the hole, and then that hangs on your washing line. And it is a normal, the sort of wire coat hanger you get when you've taken something to the dry cleaners, the cheap one. There's nothing fancy. It just goes up through the hole. And then this hangs on your washing line. And when you look there, through obviously that's the hole, because it's like a birdhouse, isn't it? There's the bird on the nest. And then on the back of the peg bag, you've got the birds on the swing. So I think this is just gorgeous. When you've got this hanging on your washing line with all your pegs inside, you just pop your hand in the hole, and then I've designed it specifically so that that it will fit just the coat hanger. And because you've got to have the pegs, you've got to have the hole that shows through. It's really sturdy as well. So if I turn it inside out, you can see it's all fully lined, because that's how you get the hole. Although on the inside we've got, which you don't really see, but you've got the flowers. But that's how you get the holes, because you imagine trying to sew a circle by turning the edges on, it wouldn't work. So you just do it by sewing the pieces together. It's a really simple little make. You just need a wire coat hanger for it, $14.99 as well. And we also did it in the other colourway, because I know a lot of people bought the Bluebell House and the Lavender House. Bluebell House doorstop and peg bag, and Lavender House. Really simple, nothing complicated at all, because when you sew this circle together, you sew around a printed circle on the panel and then you cut it out. So if you fancy making a pretty peg bag, $14.99 for that, and that comes in 2 colourways. What haven't we done? We haven't done the beehive. The beehive. This is my doorstop obsession. So this is the beehive section. Now in this kit, you get we called it the beehive collection. So you get all of the pieces to make the beehive doorstop, which has little bees, because you've got the pieces for the bees and you sew them right sides together, and then you just sew them on so they're landing on to the beehive. It's actually not a beehive, isn't it? It's called a bee, is it skep or something like that, when it's these little things. It has a handle. Then you have all the pieces to make the matching bee tea cosy, obviously. And you have the pieces to make 2 bee coasters. And there's a lot in this one. Look at the bee key ring. Let me lay him down because I've got him hanging on there. Look, with a little face and wings. That's the bee key ring. And then you've got a piece of fabric which is enough to make the front of the bee cushion. So you've got a lot on this one. Because let me show you the panel and you'll see what I mean. So you've got all the pieces for the beehive, the coasters. There's the bees, there's the handle, there's the tea cosy. Oh, I've got it upside down. And then you've got the pieces here that you can use to make the front of a cushion. So it's a whole beehive set. There's lots on there. So that's a great price for $24.99, because you've got absolutely loads on there. Again, this is one of our very original kits. I can always tell from the instructions. This one goes back right to the beginning. Got absolutely loads on that one. The bee craft storage, which we did at a similar time to match it, is here. So this is something we haven't done for ages and ages. So in the kit for this, you get the panel. You'll get 1/2 metre of Styleville. So Styleville is like Glycoline's version of it. It's a foam interfacing, so it's a bit like your Bosal, but this is Styleville. You get 1/2 metre of that, you get the panel, and you get the full instructions, and you make this craft storage box. And you need the Styleville in it to give it the substance so it stands up. So you've got a handle on the top, so you can put your things. I have one of these that sits on my sewing table and it's full there. The pockets are pleated so you can get loads in. So I keep my rotary cutter, my pins, my tape measure, all the bits and pieces like my bodkins and things I need all the time. Other things inside there. You've also got all the pieces to make a matching pin cushion. There we go. And a little scissor holder and a tape measure cover. But that doesn't... A skep, someone's messaged it, a skep. Yes, I remember when oh, that was part of, oh, sorry, I thought someone had messaged, that was part of Chris's research, a skep. I knew it wasn't a beehive because I remember when I first made it and told everyone it was beehive, they said it was a skep. So, and also you've got the pieces for the matching tape measure cover. So that's a lovely project. I mean, obviously it's supposed to, you can use it for your sewing. It's quite good if you use it for your knitting or crochet, because you can put your hooks and your needles there and then put everything in the side. And it's really easy to then carry around and use, but I use mine all the time. And then I've got another one that's filled with parcel tape and sellotape. For some reason, I have loads of parcel tape, sellotape, all different sort of tapes, and I keep it in there with a pair of scissors. And then when I'm doing wrapping or parcels, it's a really place to keep. So that's the the Busy Bee craft storage set. Yeah, and the tape measure. That's good. Maybe it's one of the tape measures I've used and cut through. Then, in keeping in our bee theme, we've got the Busy Bee mug bag set. So in this one, I like this because this can be used to put a mug in, but it's also quite good to like take your lunch in. So it's slightly padded. If you want, you don't have to, that's optional. It's got a drawstring top, so it's a nice little bag to just use as a little bag, to be honest. You can put whatever you like, and you could put a mug in it. We did it for a mug, but it could be used to put your lunch in, your sandwiches, or picnic. And then inside, I've got to find it. Oh yes, inside I've kept, there's also the pieces to make the little matching mug coaster, and then you've got labels. You can choose whether you put tea or coffee on there, and you get the little matching zip purse, which looks like a teacup, and you can keep things like tea bags in there. So it's a nice little gift for somebody. So you could use it to put it's nice to put a mug in if you want to give a mug as a gift. You've got the coaster, you've got the little purse to put your tea bags in, but also I know a lot of people made them to put their sandwiches in to take to work, or, you know, to put their own mug in. You could put what you like in it, but it's really cute, isn't it? I mean, I designed it specifically for mugs. It's got a little pocket there for tea bags as well. But I know people said it was perfect for putting their lunch in as well. $16.99 for that one. I'm going to do the nesting storage baskets now. So we did quite a few of these nesting tubs. This one we have sold out of quite a while ago. And let me just see if I can find it, because I did have it earlier on. Oh. Right, I did. Yeah, no, I did have them earlier. So we did these trio of nesting tubs. And these I did for John's birthday ages ago. And we sold out of them, so I persuaded them to reprint them. I did have them here. Oh, here they are. Yeah. So these are John's peonies. So they're 3 little nesting tubs that you can use to put, they look nice if you put plants in. You could have them in your sewing room. You could fill them with zips and ribbons and threads. This one's quite a good size for lots of threads. You could have them in the kitchen. You could fill them with chocolates, apples, oranges, put them in the bathroom. So they all sit inside each other. But Amy designed these, obviously, because John loves peonies. So we designed them specifically for him, and we haven't done them for ages. They're, again, a very, very simple make. There's the 3 tubs. You get the full panel, and there's a video tutorial that goes with these as well. Oh, let's do this because it's sort of springtime, isn't it? We're coming up to springtime. The potting shed storage baskets, massively popular and sold out again. So 3 storage baskets, again, these are really simple, that you can keep. Obviously, we did these as a potting shed. So on the outside, if you look at the shed, look, you've got the bicycle. You can see all the pots coming through. Handles that are optional whether you put them on or not. That's supposed to look like the slate roof. And if you look on the inside, can you see you've got like the inside of the shed? So this is really good. I mean, nice to put a plant in, obviously, as a gift, but nice to keep your gardening type things like seeds, packets of seeds or notes or things. So your little tool, seed markers and things. So the medium one are the shelves of a shed. And then the little one has got words on it. So it says gardening, sow, seeds, herbs. So your set of 3, all the fabric you need for that are in there. And you can put just H640 in them. Yes, we'll do the stained glass window. I don't have it because we can't find it. So one of the very first, the first stained glass window we did is this Easter stained glass window. Have you got a picture of it there? Yes, there's the picture of it there. So in the kit, you get the full panel to make the stained glass window. and instructions. So Amy has designed it, so it's a lot of people have made it for sort of local groups or churches, that kind of thing, or to hang up. But it also explains in there about using a twin needle so that you sew along the stained glass lines using the 2 twin needles, so you're getting 2 parallel lines of stitching. And I explain it exactly how to do it. So if you've not done twin needling before, that's quite a good option. But I don't know where that is. Anyway, thank you so much. So the very useful pouches and the frame totes we'll put through. So we've got like the seabirds pouch and the crochet one and the jungle animals. This one has been out of stock for ages, so I specifically got that one back in. We will put those through during the break. Thank you so much for joining me for an hour. Hope you've enjoyed my nostalgic trip through Amber Makes Bestsellers and Sold Out. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes with the lovely Sam Sabido, who has got many, many glorious tops with a brand new pattern, and brought back one of the previous ones as well. For all you crochet lovers, don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a few minutes' time.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. And Sam. Actually, we should say Yarn Lane, shouldn't we?
Oh, yes, for the old days.
In the old days.
In the old days.
It's all crochet. Hope you're excited. Look at this. Every time Sam comes on, I have to sort of steal one of her jumpers.
Find one to wear.
I know this is last time's, but it's lovely.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Suits you.
It does actually, doesn't it? I really like that. And, well, we've got a few of these kits. That's not what we're going to focus on. I just fancy this one. So the new design is the chillax.
Chillax.
Tell me about the chillax then.
So it is the perfect cover-up for the spring and summer.
Yes.
It's a jumper or a cardigan, so you design it yourself to a certain extent. The pattern covers everything and the kit. And I just wanted a lightweight, something you could shove on over your dress or your T-shirt or on the beach.
Right.
Just a lovely layer for as the weather gets warmer.
So it can be long sleeve, short sleeve, jumper or cardigan.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it comes in 9 colours.
And I have 9 colours because the Wendy Supreme DK, they keep extending their colours, and I was choosing them, and I kept finding more I wanted to do. So we've got lots. Like there's a violet mist that is just beautiful.
Well, it's lovely, like you say, to just pop on over a summer dress, or if you've got jeans and a T-shirt on.
Exactly.
It's not too
and it's
heavy.
Really lightweight. It's called mesh stitch, and it's really lightweight, and it's got a lovely movement to it. Very comfortable to wear. I'm wearing the cardigan version.
Yeah, I didn't realise that, because I've just seen your posts of your daughter wearing the short one, and I didn't realise it could be a cardigan and a jumper.
And a long-sleeved cardigan at that. So, yeah, so that's my daughter on the beach in Frinton. We went to our caravan over Easter. My mum's caravan, I should say. And then it was nice weather. It was actually warmer than it looks. It's near Clacton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, and she was enjoying paddling back from university.
Oh.
And I took the opportunity to get her to model the top.
And said you could be a model.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's lovely.
And that's it here.
And that is the white top that is there.
So it's interesting because, like, here it looks sort of quite teenage, doesn't
Yes.
it? But it can be any age.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think something about having it short-sleeved makes it feel a bit more modern. I think,
Yeah,
you know,
but
in that
if you're
picture
on
of her-
holiday and you've got your bikini, you know, you don't want to be walking up to the bar.
No, exactly.
You know, you
It'd
want
be the
something
perfect
on.
throw over for that, and it's got a good length to it. I've designed it to be long. You can obviously
Okay.
fiddle about with the length because it's made from panels that are repeats of rows. So
Right.
if you want something that is shorter or longer, you can try fiddle
You can
about
then
with
change
that.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the beauty of all your designs. They're always so
I like them to be
adjustable.
flexible. Yeah. I
This
like
is
them
what
to
it
be-
looks like. We'll go through all the colours in a moment. I just want to showcase. This is what it looks like as a jumper, striped.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really nice,
Long-sleeved,
isn't it?
Stripy. So there's a couple of kits that are multicolours. And there's lots that are solid colours. So I just wanted to show, Terry Ann made this and the white one. She's so amazingly fast at crochet and so lovely and supportive.
So it just needs, you just have a little vest top or a t-shirt underneath.
Yeah. Oh, or you could put it, I think, you know, I love a maxi dress over a maxi
Oh,
dress.
yeah.
If you go to like a garden party and
Yeah.
it's getting cooler in the evening, because it's quite a smart jumper as well.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
And it's comfy.
And it has cuffs.
It has little cuffs, which are balloon cuffs, so it's got a decrease in the cuff.
Oh,
So,
it's the sort of thing you see in Urban Outfitters at other shops are
well,
available, isn't it?
as usual, I always start from a place of research. So always, because we're so on trend at the moment, us crocheters, I always start by looking in the high street shops. It's normally through need. It's normally driven by me thinking, I'd love a top to wear for so-and-so. So this is, I don't want a
Yes,
thick and heavy
yeah.
jumper anymore. I want something like, I've got my new dogs and dog walks, something just to throw on. And
Yeah,
then-
because I always think, like, if you make something that you want,
Exactly.
then if you want it, then that's
Yeah.
because everybody else
Yeah,
wants it.
and then,
And
yeah.
they're so expensive to buy.
I know,
aren't
so
they?
there's loads of things. If you look on many of the high street shops
Yeah.
that we shop in have got things like this in stock at the moment, and they've got them as short sleeves, long sleeve, but this sort of, for want of a better word, gappy crochet, this sort
Yeah.
of lacy, airy effect is really on trend, and it's so quick and easy to make because
Is
of
it?
that.
I think it's gorgeous. I like the stripy
I
one.
love that one, yeah.
Well, the great thing is if you buy the kit, you've got the pattern.
Yeah.
For make it in whatever.
Exactly.
Start off. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're not sure, start off with short sleeve
Yeah,
jumper.
yeah,
Move up to
absolutely.
long sleeve
Yeah,
or cardigans.
exactly.
And it's a great stash buster.
Yes, yeah, it
Isn't
would
it?
be. You could do it. I mean, I've done it there in 4 colours. You could do it as many
Is
as you
it double
want.
knit or?
It's double knit.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you've got
Yeah.
double knit,
Exactly. Yeah.
You could just-
do as many colours as you want. It to a complete rainbow.
yeah, that's a good idea. So get your kit.
Yeah.
And then you can use that to have a go, or you could add other colours
Yeah,
in with it.
absolutely.
So let's talk about colours. So now we know that in the what sizes? So you can do short sleeve, long sleeve jumper, or cardigan.
In the kit, it goes up to a 3XL, which is a 66-inch finished chest for 55 of actual chest measurement. There's
Right.
a lot. It's oversized. It's designed to be oversized. There's a lot of room in it.
Yeah, I guess so, because you want ease, don't you?
Yeah, a lot of ease. Yeah, I've added a lot of ease to make it nice and stretchy and roomy to wear.
Right. So that's a big size range.
Yeah, that's a big size
What's
range.
the smallest size?
The extra small, which is a 28-inch chest.
Okay, so
yeah.
you've got,
yeah,
it's
so
like
you've got the
teenage,
range.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. Yeah.
All the way up.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
absolutely. Yeah.
And we've got it in different colourways.
Lots and lots of different colours.
Let's start rainbow, because this one is
Yes.
rainbow. So what do we get in our kit?
So in your kit you get,
Other than the
this
glorious
is the rainbow,
instructions.
800 grams of double knit yarn. So with the multicolours you get 2 balls each,
Okay.
2 100-gram balls each of the colours. These are just gorgeous, these colours.
They
I
are
love
really
them.
nice,
so this
aren't
is
they?
the one you were just looking at, the sample you were
Beautiful.
long sleeves.
But it's a very pretty rainbow rather than a...
Really pretty.
Rather than a sort of primary rainbow.
Yes. In fact, as Terry Ann was making it, she messaged me and said, this is sorbet. This reminds me of... And I was like,
Sorbet.
oh, I wish you'd said that before I named it, because that's so much better. It is like a sorbet.
Italian sorbet,
Yes,
isn't it?
very classy.
Beautiful.
Yeah, yeah.
And it comes with buttons.
You've got buttons, so if you want to make the cardigan version
of
that I'm
course.
wearing, it's got buttons on it.
And if you don't, you can just keep
And
the
if,
buttons.
oh yeah, I did think you could add them to the cuff.
Oh, yeah, you
so,
could do,
yeah,
actually.
So on the cardigan here, I've got 4 or 5 buttons on mine. So you've got the buttons in the kit so that you can add them if you want to.
Wow, and so all you need for that is a 4mm hook.
All you need to additionally is a 4mm hook. That's
Okay,
right.
brilliant.
Yeah.
So $32.99, absolute bargain that, I think. $32.99 for the whole pattern. So basically you've got 4 different tops.
Yes, yeah. You can choose how you want it to be.
And you've got all the yarn.
Yeah. to make your one in your size.
Up to the largest size.
Up to the 3XL, yeah.
Right, half of the stock of this one's gone. You're going to need to be quick with these because we are actually quite low in stock on all of them. We've got a lot of colours, but we haven't got much of each.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I've done it this time.
That's how it's done.
Give you lots of choice.
Lots of choice, but not a lot of each. So if you love the rainbow one, and that is this one behind me. Let's do white next, just because I've got white. Classic.
Yeah,
if you don't know what colour to go, go white.
Absolutely. Very holiday.
It is very holiday.
Yeah.
And also, you know, it's going to pack up really small, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can like pop it in your bag.
Yeah.
And then when you're on the beach or by the pool and you just need to pop something on, and for any summer dress.
Exactly.
It's going to be gorgeous.
It's just beautiful, isn't it?
$32.99 for that again. So you're going to get your buttons, your pattern, all your balls. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? And what's good about this yarn, it's washable as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I love the fact you just throw it in the... I throw it in the washing machine. Just be careful that you have woven in your ends well. If you're in any doubt, put it in a pillowcase or something.
OK.
But you can easily wash it in a washing machine. That's a great thing about acrylic. And it's comfy. I know a lot of people with wool allergies, so you don't get the itchiness. But if you're buying the pattern, obviously you can make it in anything you want, as long as it's a double knit. But yeah.
Yes, and well, see, what I'd do is I'd get the kit, I'd make it in one of the things, and then I'd go, right, let's go to my double knit stash.
Yeah, exactly.
And then make another one.
You're going to want to make more than one. I finished this one last night, and I know which one I'm making next. So I hope the colourway doesn't sell out. I've got one in mind that is going to be a jumper that I can throw on, that I can wear it all summer long.
Yeah, no, I think that's a lovely idea. I like the way that... Does it start from the top down or the bottom up?
It is bottom up.
OK.
So for the jumper version, so not for the cardigan version, you make 2 panels and you work bottom up. There's a tiny bit of shaping at the shoulders where you just work a short repeat. And then for the short sleeve one, all you need to do then is edge the sleeve. You don't add anything on because it's oversized, so those 2 panels create the sleeves. So for the short sleeve one, it really is just a matter of 2 panels, and that's why it's so quick. A little bit of edging, and
so therefore you can sort of get up to here and you think, right, well, I can
decide,
you can then think, well, I need it to be a bit longer,
yes,
a bit shorter.
Exactly. Do I want sleeves or not? I can add them on then if I want to.
Right.
So yeah, you can try it on and see. Well, I really like the length of that, or you can decide to add a sleeve to it.
Yeah, because sometimes it's not till you finish it and try it on you know what you want to do, and also to get that length right as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the white one. Right, when everyone's checked out, we've got 2 left. So could you be quick? Love the white one. Right, denim next, which is the colour that Sam's wearing. Perfect to go with navy, your jeans.
I love this blue, it's so wearable.
It is lovely. Well, it's a very flattering blue because it's not too harsh.
Yes,
and it's not pastel.
Yeah, exactly.
I think maybe that's why denim always looks good on
quite
people.
Classic, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it's got quite a classic look to it, the denim.
And also it goes with lots of things. It looks lovely with chocolate. I'm into chocolate and denim and mustard.
Yes, lovely, nice
mustard
colour,
t-shirt.
Yeah, lovely, nice vest. I've got a vest top on today, nice vest top.
Okay.
So that you really... You know, you can cover up your arms.
Yeah.
You know, some of us don't like to show our arms.
I don't like to show my arms,
So you can be cool underneath, but have your arms covered up. This is just perfect layer for me at the moment. It's just what I need.
Yeah, when you you want
I don't want anything too hot these days.
And yours is a bit more sort of 3/4 length.
I've gone a bit 3/4 length, so I don't like things bothering my wrists. So you can...
Yeah, fine.
It fidgets, and also I can show off my tattoo.
That's a beautiful tattoo. Is that a new one?
It is. I got it when I had my first book published.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, that's my celebration.
What's the second one going to be?
I don't know. I am thinking. Send your suggestions in, please. I'd love to do another one.
Sam's.
Other wrist. No more books after that.
Yes. Then you'll be bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
When you've got a whole line, you won't be able to see you anymore. When everyone checks on this one, we've got 3 left. Remember, you get all of the buttons, you get all of the yarn, you've got the pattern that does all the sizes. That's lovely. Yeah, I think I'd get I'd try it with a navy t-shirt, but I think mustard would look nice as well.
That'd be lovely. And the nice thing is, I don't know if you can tell from my cardigan, but you can see the colour underneath.
Yes.
So I had a white vest on this morning, and that looked lovely under it. I tried a few things on to decide what to wear. But yeah, a nice bright pink or something.
Yeah, and really navy would look nice,
absolutely.
Wouldn't it? Like, you know, just a jersey navy maxi dress.
Absolutely, that'd be lovely. Yeah.
Loving that one. Right, should we do that? I like the colour on that one.
This one's called Sea Green.
Yeah, I love that. That's teal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful,
Let me
isn't
turn it over
it?
and see the colour better, actually. That's beautiful. Now, this is another very flattering colour.
This is beautiful.
I think that's why everyone loves teal. It does.
I think that's why I got so carried away with the colourways as well, because it's just, there's so many to choose from, and this is one of my, this is why I want to go home and make another one immediately, because I want one in every colourway. Really.
Yeah,
essentially.
That is no, I love the teal. I think that's really lovely. And, you know, and it's really unusual. You're not going to see one of these, are you?
No, and people will comment. That's what you find when you make something from crochet. You get, because you can, especially with this design, because you can make it your way, is it? I mean, so there's 4 different options. Even before you start thinking about whether you want long sleeves and, you know, whether you want to make it longer than it is in the design or shorter. So you could do long sleeve jumper, short sleeve jumper, long sleeve cardigan, short sleeve cardigan. All those instructions are in the pattern.
Yeah, and you've got those instructions.
Yeah,
so
that's where you go on to endless options, because then you think, oh, when I started doing this, I really wanted a cardigan, but by the time I'd finished my cardigan, I really wanted a jumper. And then Terry Ann came over with the multicoloured jumper. I thought, now I want a multicoloured jumper. So it just goes on.
Well, Dorothy says, I've got mine. I might make my daughter-in-law and granddaughter one as well. Brilliant.
Great idea.
Honestly, this is the great thing about your designs, is that they are very multi-age, aren't they?
They are.
You know, you can make these for teenagers and they think it's brilliant.
Well, the good thing, and also with this white top, we were on the beach in Frinton, as I said, on our family break, and I asked Anna, my university-aged child, to try it on, and she looked amazing in it. Then my 14-year-old tried it on. She looked amazing in it too. And then I tried it on, but I had to take my top off because it didn't suit underneath, so I couldn't share that on social media. So I was wearing my, let's say, bikini top underneath.
Right, but it still
looked good. Yeah, so I need to take another photo of me in that. But yeah, it was all of us looked good in it.
Yeah, I think it will, and like you say, because it can be just a little beach top or it can be a cardigan, it's fab. You were talking about this.
I really love this. This is I don't think I've seen this. I don't know if it's new to Wendy or not, but it's new to me. I've not discovered this colour before.
Oh, it's really pretty, isn't it?
So pretty. It's called Violet Mist.
Violet Mist. Yes, it's a bit lavender. It's a bit grey, isn't it? And a bit mauve.
Yeah, it's got that violet, but without being bright purple.
No, I think it's beautiful.
It's utterly beautiful.
It's really gentle.
Very stylish, yeah.
Yeah, I like
really
that.
Classy.
And also, this is going to go with a lot of colours.
Yes, yeah. And it's very spring and summer.
I know that because when I sew in the machine on multicolours, I use this colour thread.
Oh, really?
Because I've discovered. Because you often use grey thread and it goes with lots of colours.
Yeah.
But actually, this goes better.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to go with all colours.
Yeah, it'd be lovely over a white dress, for example.
Yeah,
I think when you make it in these colours that are, you know, I love brights and I always go towards brights. But when you make things in these sort of more muted, stylish colours, the item of clothing looks smarter. So I'm thinking like a wedding, you know, you could wear a nice jacket to a wedding. If you made a cardigan like this and put really pretty buttons on, for example.
Yeah, that's true.
It really dresses it up.
And it's a very neutral colour as well. So it would look lovely with neutral tones.
Yeah.
Really like that one.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Violet Mist. 6 of those left. 5 of those left. Be quick. Beautiful. And then we've got a really bright one.
Here's a contrast when I said about bright. One of my favourite colours at the moment. Yeah.
Whoa, that is great. Now that's got to be worn with black trousers or something, hasn't it?
Yeah, over a black maxi dress.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know those lovely black jersey ones.
Yeah.
Or even like you know you get them where they've just got like a vesty top and then you think, oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that as a cardigan on top. And I guess you could do it quite cropped.
I was just thinking that. I was just about to say, if you made it really quite short, like almost like a bolero rather than a long cardigan. So all you need to do, and there's notes about this in the pattern, all you need to do if you want it shorter in length is just not work so many rows. It's a really straightforward pattern.
Even as a short jumper.
Yes.
So that was above the waist.
Yes.
Because with a maxi dress, a short jumper works nice,
either with the short sleeves or the long sleeves.
I don't like it when I've got like trousers on because then you sort of see the waistband.
You don't want that gap between waistband and unless you know you're young and all of that. You've got that or got the style to carry it off.
But with the dress,
it's nice.
It would look lovely, wouldn't it? And it'd be just that splash of colour.
Yeah, be lovely.
I love that colour.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Pink Punch, it's called.
Pink Punch.
One of my favourites at the moment.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Fuchsia.
Yeah, it is.
Gorgeous. Now, have I got all of the other colourways here?
No, they're here.
Oh, you've
I've got
them.
3 more
Okay,
here.
I'm going to put that pile.
Grab.
You can choose next.
I'll grab. Oh, well, let's go Neapolitan then.
I love this. I'm going to turn it over because you can see the colours better. That really is Neapolitan, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it? So this is, you know, you've got your, this is called koala, but it's just a really
So you've got
nice
vanilla, chocolate, banana and strawberry.
Exactly, that's it, yeah,
But
absolutely.
in really proper muted shades.
Yeah.
I love this one. Be an ice cream this summer.
I know, or a sorbet or a Neapolitan, the choice is yours.
Yeah, I think I would do that one as a jumper. I think that would be
It would showcase the colours nicely, wouldn't it?
It just would. It just would. But would I do it striped? This is my problem.
Well, you can choose.
Or would I do big stripes that worked up?
Well, there's, yes, you see, because when Terry Ann started that one, she said, how do you want it? And I said, well, you can choose. I was imagining thin stripes, so she's been kind to me and done that because, obviously, with thin stripes, you have ends to sew in. But you can tip with ends to sew in on jumpers and things. Keep them not sewn in and use it to assemble the jumper. So you do 2 things at once. Yeah, use it to sew in the ends and assemble the jumper at the same time.
Yes, good idea.
Yeah, you could do blocks of colour.
Yeah, because I'd like to sort of go...
then it would be very Neapolitan,
chocolate,
wouldn't it?
strawberry, banana and go all the way up.
Yes.
And then you'd realise you'd need to make one first, how many rows though, wouldn't you? Yeah. So
that's
you could,
true.
So you could have it even or you have to go back again. I think that's really lovely. It's quite classy, that, isn't it?
It is.
Because it's
lovely,
neutral, but with a little bit of a twist to it.
Twist, yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice as a cardigan, but I think, I think I'd do it in a jumper. Maybe 3/4 length. And I guess you could not put cuffs on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you haven't put cuffs on
Yeah,
there.
so you'd get that sort of wide sleeve there. Yeah, yeah. Lots of choices.
Yeah, that is my favourite.
Yeah.
It just looks like ice cream.
It is really, they're really good colours,
but
aren't
it's
they?
like, you know that Cornish clotted cream ice cream?
Yes,
It's expensive ice cream, isn't it? It's
yeah.
not cheap.
No, it's really classy
This is
stuff, isn't it?
expensive.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, there's only 6 of these left of the expensive clotted cream ice cream jumper. It's really lovely. I like that. Right, last one.
Got 2 more.
Oh, no, got two more. I'm going to move that one there.
Okay. That's called mushroom. So it's similar to the violet
It's
mist,
similar.
but much pinkier.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So it's this is another favourite colour of mine.
I like that because it's got a really, it's like a warm neutral, like a mushroom.
Yeah, so I
gills.
often do an oatmeal version when I do a colourway, but this to me is a nice twist on it because it's got such a lot of warmth in it. And it's quite hard to see the pink, but it has got a pink tone to it, and the more you work with it, the more you see that.
Yeah, but it has got that mushroom.
It's warmth,
it's beautiful,
like a warm,
isn't it?
I don't want to use the word beige because it's not that, but it's got a really nice warm feel to it.
It just looks like a mushroom, really, that pinky colour of the gills of a mushroom.
Yeah,
That's lovely.
yeah.
Remember, they've all got the buttons in them as well. Yeah, no, that is nice, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I think, like Dorothy, you're probably going to have to get 2. Yes. Somebody else is going to want one.
Absolutely,
Yes, get 1 to practice on and then get the posh ice cream one.
Well, yeah, and then you can make one in all sorts of variations. You can make one in each variation possible.
Yeah, they are just, it's brilliant. And it's amazing value when you get all of that yarn and you get 4 patterns in one. Right, 1 colour left.
Last one. I've saved it to last because this is the one I intend
is this the
to
one
make
you want? Oh,
when I
this
get
is
home.
gorgeous.
So
I will
save
turn
me
it
a
over so you
kit.
can see the colour.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's called pistachio.
Oh, pistachio, yeah. The missing ice cream flavour. I'm just going to get that one out. Oh, you've got one out there.
I have, so I'm going to do the sample in it. Yeah, it's really zingy. It's just
navy
beautiful.
and black. That looks nice with, doesn't it?
It's like a lime. They call it pistachio, but it's got a brighter kind of liminess to it.
Okay.
Really nice.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a bright pistachio, isn't it? Whereas some pistachio is quite light, isn't it?
Yes.
That's lovely. I really like that colour. It's kind of... It's one of the... Well, I think we all have those colours that we wear that we think that suits me.
Yeah,
that colour works.
absolutely.
And that's a really,
if you know
really
your
nice...
colour, you know your colour. It's called Aloe, the colourway.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't ever say that without going, hello. That is really lovely. So, it's decision time. What kit are you going to have? But if you really can't decide, although, I mean, to be honest, I'd say get the kit because it's the best value because of all the yarn. If you want to stash bust, then we do have instructions on the roads. Now, this is new, well, this is new to me.
What, having the instructions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or is this new to you? How new is this to you?
About 6 months in, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, we haven't been together for so long.
For ages.
I know.
Yeah.
There must be a conspiracy.
Keeping us apart.
I know, but which is madness, isn't it? We have got instructions on the way, which is a new thing. But I think it's a great idea, to be honest, because although it's better value to buy the yarn in the whole kit.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But options are good.
Yeah, exactly. It just gives you a choice, doesn't it?
And if you've got double knit, so I never really know that. If you had lots of double knit, but they were different brands, would it be okay to combine them?
Yeah, it would be, because just keep an eye, because sometimes you get one brand that might be a lot thinner, and I probably wouldn't mix materials, so I'd probably keep, for example, if I had a lot of acrylic, I'd look for using all acrylic.
Right, so don't mix
probably wouldn't put
fibres.
cotton in with a acrylic. You can do, there's nothing, just, I have, one of the first things I made when I started crocheting many years ago was a blanket in rows of half trebles, and I just used everything I had in double knit, so it has got cotton, and it has got acrylic in. It's lasted forever.
Yeah, but it was a blanket.
Yeah, it was a blanket. So in order to get consistency, so it's not noticeable that you've used different brands,
right,
I would go for one which is the same fibre. So if either all cotton or all acrylic or all of a mix, whatever you like to use, you're likely to have lots of the one thing anyway because you put a preference.
That's true.
But other than that, no, different brands are fine.
And will it work fine in cotton or wool?
Yes, absolutely. You can use anything, any fibre at all, as long as it's a double knit to get the sizing to work.
Right, yeah. If you use anything else, well, you can, but
you can, but
who knows what'll happen?
It would take some adjustment to the sizing, that's all, but yeah.
So that's the physical pattern, but if you're itching to start crocheting, then we do have the digital download, so you could be started. While that's downloading, go through your stash, and the digital one is more popular. Normally it's the other way around. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you could be rifling through your stash already, thinking, I'll have that made. And you said it's quite quick as well.
It is, and I'm going to demonstrate the tension square shortly, and so you can just watch this back later and start this afternoon on that.
Right, well, let's do that now, and then we'll go through these kits. Oh, we have got some messages first.
Okay.
Just purchased the Violet Mist, hoping to get it completed before my holiday to Rhodes in May. Love your design, Sam, easy to follow. Will Caroline get it finished by May?
Thank you, Caroline. I'm sure you will. I've made one in a week with lots of other projects going on as well, and Terry-Ann's made 2 in a week.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
Easy. Hi. Ooh, fab new pattern, and I had to get. I'm just finishing Sam's Daisy Bloom cardigan,
that's what you're
and I'm
wearing.
delighted with it. Happy crochet from Anne. Well, this one.
Thank you, Anne.
This
Please do send me photos. I'd
this
love
is
to see
beautiful.
photos.
Oh, one more. Yeah, do send photos.
Please
We
send
want
me
to see them.
photos.
I have just finished the Daisy Bloom
well
jacket.
done.
First garment I've crocheted.
Wow.
So easy to follow Sam's patterns. Love it.
Wow, thank you,
Well,
Carol.
I have made lots of Sam's patterns, so I can assure you.
That is so lovely to hear. Oh, there is a photo. Oh, wow.
This is from Violetta.
Okay. Oh, that is gorgeous.
Hi, ladies. Just had to share my work in progress there. Look, the Daisy Bloom jacket on its blocking board.
That has made my day, thank you. I can't tell you the pleasure it brings me to see or to hear your lovely comments, but also to see photos of what you've been making. And, you know, to hear that someone who's never crocheted a garment before, I know that wasn't Violetta, it was the previous lady, but just to hear that she's then successfully made a Daisy Bloom jacket.
I know,
that's amazing.
That's quite good.
Yeah.
And Violetta's got your first book as well.
Oh, thank you, Violetta.
So how many colours?
Great.
I'm getting distracted. How many colours did this come in then?
It came in 5. 1 sold out, and I haven't brought that back, I'm afraid. But so I've got 4 with me today. I've got 3 samples, but 4 colours.
We'll do that while we're talking about. Can we do this one first? Because I love this one. This one's gorgeous. I'll go and get the kit. This is denim.
Yeah, that's the denim one. Are you all right there?
Yeah, my arms aren't long enough. I'm going to bring them round. Oh, I don't know which one I like the most now. Right. All right, the denim one, we have more in baskets than there's available. There's only 4 left. So it makes this, but obviously in many sizes. I presume it's just a jacket, though.
It's just a jacket. You haven't got the choices with that one. It was just a jacket with a focus on the granny squares. It doesn't have the buttons. Those buttons have been added by lovely Terry Ann.
They are very lovely.
But you can get your own buttons.
Yes. I love this one. I love these flowers.
Beautiful. And it's an Aran weight yarn, which is a departure for me because I normally do a top on it. So I know.
Gosh.
It's an Aran weight yarn, so you will need a 5mm hook for this one. And it comes up. What I wanted when I designed this one was a more structure to the jacket, so more of a jackety feel than a slouchy cardi.
Rib.
Something you could wear out and about instead of a denim jacket, that kind of feel to it.
Well, I think because it's got that strong rib, I like the edging.
Yes.
Love the flowers.
Flowers are 3-dimensional, so I demonstrated when I was on, I think it was the 9th of March, but if that doesn't turn out right, do message me and I'll send you.
It is. You were right.
Oh, excellent. I demonstrated it then, so there's a recording on YouTube of me doing the flower
Right,
square.
there's only one left, and 7 in baskets. Right, let's do the patch. I think that's my favourite, that one.
This one, this is my one.
Is
you
it?
won't be surprised to hear. It's the one that I made, I keep at home and wear.
I thought this was my favourite, but I love that one. Now, that one's got its petals in.
Yeah, it's just I haven't just blocked them out so well as Terry Ann has. That's all. They are out.
They're the same.
Yeah, it's made in the same way. Yeah. So it just tells you the benefit of blocking.
Yeah. Oh, I do. Yeah, but I thought maybe it was different because I quite like both effects.
Okay. Yeah. That one, but just yeah.
And do you wear this one?
I do. Yeah, I love.
But you haven't got buttons, so you don't have to have buttons.
No, I just had it open. Yeah, so you don't have to have buttons.
I love that one.
This is just, for me, it was a throw-over jacket.
Yeah.
Like, as I say, instead of a denim jacket, something you can just have by the front door and pop on when you're going out.
Yes, where you don't,
Because it's the Aran weight, so it's that bit heavier, it's got more structure to it.
It's this funny time, isn't it, where you don't want a coat.
I don't want coats anymore, no.
But you want something.
Yeah, exactly.
This morning, I was getting in the car. It was really cold this morning, and I didn't want to wear a coat in the car, but what I was wearing wasn't warm enough, so I was cold until it really... I needed this.
That's perfect for it, exactly.
Only
That's
two
exactly
of this
what I wanted it to be for.
Beauty left. So be quick. Remember, it comes in all sizes, all many sizes.
Up to 3XL in the kits, yeah.
Right, we've got one of those left. And there's 4 in baskets.
Mint I've got with me.
Oh, that's nice.
I know, they're all beautiful.
Oh.
So I actually did 4 solid colourways.
Is that the same colour in the ice cream?
It is, it's the same range. So this is the Wendy Supreme have an Aran weight now. So the only difference is a thicker yarn, but it's the same colour.
Is the ice cream colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
So this is, again, 5mm hook, Aran yarn.
So you can't feel that, but that is really soft, isn't it? Because, you know, some acrylic isn't soft.
I know, yeah. No, it's a lovely
But then
soft.
some
It's one
wool
of my
isn't
favourites.
soft,
Yeah,
is it?
exactly, yeah. And it's got such a nice, it doesn't look like some acrylics can look shiny, but it isn't.
Yeah.
It's got a lovely muted look to it. It's a bit sort of matte, maybe.
No, it is, and it's soft. I mean, it has a wool, it has that wool feel to it because it's soft.
And Terry Ann made this one. I keep seeing her wearing them, so they're obviously very wearable. So, yeah, they're just over a dress or
that's
jeans.
lovely.
Or,
so that's this one. So you get all of the green, and then you get the pink and the yellow. That's really pretty.
Yeah, I love that one.
And then one more. Sky.
So I don't have this colourway with me, but Violetta very kindly sent us a photo of her colourway.
Could you show us that photo again, Chris? Of the Violetta squares. Yes. He's like, what are you on about? You know that lovely sample that Violetta sent in of her blocking board? This is the colour she was making.
Yeah.
So it's that beautiful pale blue.
Sky blue.
And proper daisies.
And proper
Look,
daisies.
That's the colour.
Real daisies, that is, yeah.
That's real.
Yeah.
Thank you for making the sample.
Yeah, that's very handy.
But yeah, it's proper. It's 2 of these left now. It's proper daisies on a sunny sky.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Very, very springy, summery, that one, isn't it?
Well, do you know what? If anyone wants a daisy bloom jacket, you need to crack on because there's 2 of these left and they're on their way out. Right, let's do some demo then.
So I'm demoing the chillax.
Sorry, we've got to talk about the pattern on its own.
Oh, gosh, yes. Yeah,
Which I forgot.
point.
Sorry, guys, sorry. And then promise demo. If you want to do the daisy, I'm not doing it anymore. If you want to do, sorry, I was talking to Chris. He goes, you've got to cover everything else. We want to get on with demo. If you want to make the daisy bloom jacket yourself, using your own yarn, you will need Aran weight. Again, good stash buster if you're going...
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got that in your stash.
When you get it, I presume, do you list quantities? I'm asking before I've even opened it.
Yeah, so quantities are actually on the front cover.
Oh.
Colorways.
Oh, for how much you need.
How much yarn you need for each size.
Oh, so when you say 400 grams, that's...
For your main, so you're going to need 100 grams for your centre colour.
Oh, I'm not reading
That's
this
okay.
properly.
200 grams for your petal. And so it explains for centre colour petal and your main colour for each size.
Okay, and so that's...
Yeah.
We've got a message. Can you tell me if the crochet patterns are in US or UK?
UK terms. So everything that I publish is in UK terms except my book, which is in US terms. I think that can cause a bit of confusion. But that's because I was very, very lucky and it got published in the States as well.
Right,
so
okay.
But everything else I write is UK terms, so these are UK.
And it will say anyway, so don't worry. So you can stash bust with this as well, because you can use, like this, you could use lots of colours for the background should you want to.
I'd love to see it in multicolours, real multicolours.
And then the digital download version, you can get on with it straight away, check your yarn stash, buy what you haven't got, $9.99, or just buy new, and then you end up with all this leftover yarn like I do.
Yeah, add to your stash,
Add to your stash, mine's getting bigger and bigger.
Seems to be the way it goes.
It's just getting bigger. $9.99, but it's lovely. Oh, it's nothing better than that parcel of yarn coming through.
Kind of, I've got customers that say it's two hobbies. You've got crochet and then you've got the collecting the yarn.
Yeah.
So they go hand in hand nicely, but
they do.
It's very hard. I do find it hard to make something from stash. You do end up buying new, don't you?
Yeah, and get overexcited.
That's part of the fun, yeah.
It is. Right, $9.99, and that's the digital download. Right, we are now going to do demo. We'll talk about crochet hooks later.
Okay, so
I think I might need to swap with you because that's fine.
Okay, so for the chillax top, I'm going to work on the tension square today, and I'm going to show you just how easy it is to make. And we're working a mesh stitch. So a 4mm hook, your double knit yarn, start with your slip knot on your hook. Is this yarn going to show up well enough? I'm just having a moment.
If you haven't got a 4mm hook, we've got my favourite one.
Lovely, love the clover.
It's my favourite one. I've got one in every size.
Oh, brilliant.
So if you want a 4mm hook, there you go, you'll need that for this. Right, and I won't interrupt now.
Okay, so I'm doing a chain of 17. I'm going to check it in a minute. I just want to check you can see it. Yes, you can, that's fine. So I'm going to do a chain of 17 to start the swatch, and I'm going to count the V's to check I have got my 17. So you've got the knot here that doesn't count, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, I had a feeling. So one more, 17. Okay, so you start with your chain, and then I'm going to do a double crochet in the second chain from the hook. So again, this is UK terms. You skip the first chain, which is the one the yarn's coming out of, and you're going to work into the second chain along. So just put your hook underneath the top loop of that chain, pull the yarn back through to the front, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over and through both those loops. And that is your first double crochet made. And that has gone into that second chain there. So you can see that little stitch there. Then I'm going to chain 4. So I often say when I'm teaching this, chain 4 in the air. So it's literally just 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to count 2 of these chains down here. So I'm just going to grab my scissors to show you. So that hole there is where I've already worked. I've got stitch, chain 4, I've worked in there, skip 1, 2, and in this third one along, I'm going to work another double crochet. So this is really straightforward. Into just underneath one strand of that chain, pull the yarn back through, gives you 2 loops, yarn over through 2. And you can see what you've done there is you've made a little gap by just doing a chain stitch and then a double crochet. And then you do the same thing again, chain 4 in the air, 1, 2, 3, 4, skip 2 stitches, so skipping, I'm going to put it down to show you, so I can carefully show you how to count them. This one that's been made a bit bigger is the one that's been worked into. 1, 2, and you're going to skip those 2 and go into the third one here. And I'm going to do that, so underneath the chain, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through 2. 2 little chain spaces made. Whoops, sorry. And I'm going to do that all the way along.
I suppose after a while, if you counted and marking, you sort of just can see it.
Yes, absolutely. You get to see them. But don't worry too much because we only do this. This tricky bit is only the first row.
So get this right.
So get this right, absolutely. And it tells you in the pattern how many of these little chain spaces you should have. So you can double check. And the rest of it, it just does its own thing, as you'll see. So now I'm skipping 2 again. So this big one where I've worked a stitch doesn't count. Skip 1, 2, and a double crochet in that third one. Chain 4, skip 1, 2, double crochet in that third one. And then that brings us to the very end. I've got 3 left, so chain 4 in the air, skip 2, 1, 2, double crochet in that final chain. So the first row looks like this. How can I put that so that's it?
And this is the tension square.
And this is the tension square. When you come to do your panels, you'll start in exactly the same way. You'll just have more chains to start with.
But do the tension square.
Do the tension square, especially with the kits, to make sure you've got more enough yarn. But
Carol says, as I've got older, I obviously now crochet more loosely. So working a tension square is vital. I now use a 3.5mm hook for Sam's patterns. It's good for me. I know. Well, do you know, it's a bit like pre-washing fabric and making twirls, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
No one wants to do it.
No, it's so worth it. And I try to keep my tension swatches simple so that they're quick and easy to do. So I don't make them too big or too long.
That's interesting that Carol said that she is looser as she gets older, so it can change. It
can change. I think it can even change from project to project and from mood to mood. We often have this conversation at my crochet clubs, you know.
Right.
So just be aware of it, and it's worth checking. And different fabric, different yarn that you're working with, that can affect your tension as well.
Yeah,
so it is always worth doing it. Because ultimately, if you're going to all this trouble to make a garment, you want it to fit.
I know, it's just one of the things.
It's just a hassle, especially when it's not actually contributing to the garment. You just want to get on with it. But yeah,
do it.
It is worth doing. So now I'm going to chain 5 in the air. So I've got to the end of that first row. You can see it's like a load of little holes. Chain 5. Turn it. Now, I always say turn it like the page of a book. So I'm going to go like so. And then in that where I've done my chain 5 in the air, that is acting as if I've got 1 treble and a chain 2. So a treble is normally 3 chain plus your chain 2 is 5. So chain 5 in the air. Now the fun bit starts because you just go in the holes. In this first space, I'm going to put a double crochet. Like so. And then I'm going to chain 4, and I'm going to put a double crochet in the next space. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in the air, double crochet in the next space. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the air, double crochet in the next space. So when I say space, it's literally just the hole. You're not looking for a stitch.
Oh, right,
You're
that's
just
nice.
going in the hole.
Because that's
so
much easier.
So it's just the gap, that big gap that you've made. So chain 4.
So getting that first row right is worth the bother.
And then it just leads you through it then into the next hole that's made by the chain, that big hole there. Pull the yarn back through, yarn over through 2, make your double crochet in there. You can see it building up nicely.
Message from Melanie. Can I ask, can a beginner do this pattern, please, Melanie?
Yes, I am confident a beginner can do this pattern because this is all there is to it. That all you need to do is chain and double crochet.
It's all about, it's mainly chains, isn't it? And I think because you're going into a hole rather than into a stitch, it's so much easier.
Exactly.
Melanie, give it a go.
Do your swatch, you'll learn all the skills you need to doing your swatch, and then you can just get on with the jumper. Honestly.
Yes, I guess in a way, this swatch is not just about tension.
Yeah.
This is about crack the stitch.
Yeah, exactly. Learn the stitch, definitely. So I've worked all the way along for row 2 and I've done all my little gaps again. But at the very end here, something slightly different, and this is obviously all written in the pattern, chain 2, and then you're going to make a treble crochet in that first double crochet that we worked in the previous row. So basically in the stitch. So there's the stitch. There is a little treble crochet that's sneaking in just at the end of one of the rows. So you do yarn over first, you put your hook underneath that final stitch, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook, grab the yarn and come through 2, giving you 2, and grab the yarn and come through 2. And that has straightened up my second row.
Yeah.
So you're going to make a box, basically, or a square or a rectangle when it comes to make your actual jumper. Now, row 3, chain 1. All this is written in the pattern. Turn it like the page of a book. And you're going to start immediately. Sorry, no, you're not. You're going to put a double crochet in that first stitch. So in that first hole there, in that stitch we worked, go straight in there, pull the yarn back through, gives you 2 loops, yarn over through 2. Now, chain 4, go, and in the first chain 4 space, so not in this chain 2 space, and it says this in the pattern, in the chain 4 space, make your double crochet. Chain 4, double crochet in the next space. So every row you're doing the same thing, the only slightly different things is at the beginning and the end of the row. Chain 4, double crochet in the next hole, chain 4, and now at the other end here, you've got the chain 5 that you made at the beginning of the previous row. So you're going to treat that. Do you remember I said it was a treble and a chain 2? So that you're going to go into the third of the 3 chain as if it's a treble. So skip over the first 2 that you see, and go in the third one. Literally just push your hook through that chain like that. Grab the yarn with your hook, pull it through to the front, gives you 2 loops, yarn over through 2. And that brings us to the end of row 3.
So it's really just the ends you're kind of
just the ends that are
straightening, fiddling with.
exactly. And now we're doing the same as on row 2. So it's only a 2-row repeat.
Oh.
So then you chain 5, which is where I said it's pretending to be a treble and a chain 2. So your 5 is made from your 3 that pretends to be a treble, plus your 2 that is your chain 2. Turn it, double crochet in the first gap. So we did this for row 2. Chain 4, double crochet in the next gap. Chain 4, double crochet in the next space. It's called a space in the pattern. I don't know why I'm saying gap. Got myself carried away. In fact, it's a hole. But it's so easy. You're just popping your hook underneath.
Well, that is what when the lady messaged, and I can't remember her name, we wanted to do it by May. This is what speeds it up.
It is
that
so repetitive.
when
yeah.
you've got to get it underneath, you know.
Yeah, exactly. There's no stitch to work into. You know, you get this lovely mesh pattern. So because this is the end of the row 2 in the repeat, I do a chain 2 and a treble into that final stitch. So yarn over, into that stitch, pull back through, gives me 3, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And now the next bit will be a row 3 repeat. Shall I do that?
Yeah, do. I think it's lovely that doing this tension square, I mean, it doesn't feel like a waste of time. It never is, but it doesn't feel like it because you're really learning
You're
that
really
stitch.
practicing it.
And also, you haven't got far to go from one end to the other to think about it.
So it's practicing on such a small scale, it then gives you the confidence to tackle it on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
So now we're doing chain 1, turning, double crochet in that first stitch. So this is what we did for row 3. And then immediately chain 4. Don't work in the chain 2 space, you're going straight over to the next bigger space, the chain 4 space. So you don't do this one. You can see how it's starting to repeat on the way up. And it will say in the pattern, double crochet in the chain 4 space.
Also,
so
I guess with this, it's quite easy to see that you've got enough stitches because you know sometimes with crocheting, where did they go?
Exactly. When you're counting the gaps. You're counting the chain 4 spaces. So it does tell you how many you should have, and just keep an eye on it. Every 10 or 20 rows, count and make sure you've got the same number still. Because I did have one where I lost and had to go back a few rows. That's just because I was talking to my husband in the car as we drove along and doing it.
Oh,
so.
no, but that happens and you miss and you think, how did
that happen? So now I'm going to make a double crochet into the third of that 3 chain. And that is literally all the repeat is. And you get that lovely
That's
mesh
lovely.
shape.
Doesn't it look, isn't it funny how they change colour?
I know, it's so lovely working in the colour. So I was going to say to the lady that messaged in and said she bought the Violet Mist kit, please send me a photo because I can't make 9 samples.
No,
it's
that's
just not
true.
possible. And I'd love to see the samples in the different colourways. So please, please, please send me photos.
Claudia says, absolutely gorgeous makes as always, Sam. Rebecca, be wild and do both jackets. Oh, I know. How do I know? I'm just reading this message. I've never crocheted, but watching this is fully understand the pattern already. Fantastic explanation. Thank you. I cannot wait to try it.
Thank you.
Oh, I just go around because I can see it better. Sorry, I missed the beginning. Does the kit contain enough yarn for the long sleeve cardigan? Yes.
Yes, it does.
Long sleeve cardigan, long sleeve jumper, short sleeve sleeve cardigan.
Absolutely.
Up to size 60-inch bust.
Yeah, absolutely, it does.
It contains everything.
Yeah.
Your only problem is going to be what colour to choose and have we actually got any left? There's going to be the problem. Can we have a quick run through? Don't forget to write down today's date because that is the pattern. You just need to keep rewinding it.
Yeah, keep
and watching
practicing.
it over.
Make your swatch, practice it.
So this is the white one. Remember, all of the kits have the pattern and all of the yarn for all of the variations. That's the white one. Can we do the rainbow one next, please? The sort of pastel-y rainbow. Oh, that's the white graphics. Right, we've only got 3 of those left and loads more in baskets, so be quick with that one. The rainbow, we've only got 6 left. You haven't got that number in baskets. I know you all stopped because you were watching the demo, fair enough, but now you need it's decision time. Denim, we love denim. You can put whichever colourway you like, Chris. There's denim. 2.
Wow.
There's all of these, every single colour has got more of you got it in baskets than want it. So it's decision time. Mushroom next. That's a really sort of, well, it's a neutral beigey pinky.
It is, it's your neutral one. If you're a person that likes neutrals, this is the one. Unless you like purple as well, then go for the violet mist. But this is your neutrals.
Then we're going to do the beautiful Neapolitan one. Clotted cream ice cream. Posh, this one. It's my favourite one. I love this. Will it look lovely as a fab lolly as well?
Yes, with sprinkles.
That one's gorgeous, isn't it? That's your Neapolitan. So you've got chocolate, banana, vanilla and strawberry colours. Pink, and this isn't just pink. This is fuchsia. This is bright pink.
Pink punch.
This you have to wear with black.
Yeah, definitely.
Just because it'll look amazing. Or orange.
Drama.
Or orange.
Yeah.
Look great with an orange dress, wouldn't it?
Nice, yeah.
Sea green, so this is the one that's kind of the teal colour.
Yes.
Really, that one's only got 3 left. And then the final one is the violet mist, which is that lovely sort of...
Gorgeous.
The light lavender,
I
isn't
love
it?
that one. It's a beautiful colour.
It is, and it's it's got that grey lavendery-ness in it. Beautiful. Then we have the pattern on its own. Well, I have to say, when you think the pattern is £9.99, the kit's £32.99, you're only paying £22.99 for all that yarn, so it's actually a bargain. But if you want just the pattern, £9.99 for that. That's the printed one that comes in an envelope. Then we'll have the digital one. I mean, I guess you couldn't just read it off your tablet, couldn't you? You don't need to print it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you get the
like...
digital one, it's very easy to read off your tablet. That's kind of how I do it, really.
I do. I find that then it keeps like going to sleep.
Yeah, no, and I do like to have a written version because then you can circle all the bits that you've got.
Well, I
make
write
your size
on them.
In. Yeah, exactly. Make notes.
Even though I've got
put
a stitch
cup of tea on
counter.
it and get a tea ring and
and you write got to here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, stitch counts, all of that. Yeah.
Have we got any of these beautiful cardigans left, Chris? Mint. That's it. The others have gone. We have mint. I would say this is more like, it's not like light mint, it's more grass.
The colour is actually called mint, but it's got really meadowy.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. See, mint I think of as very pale.
Yes.
This is more.
It's definitely got more of a depth to it.
Yeah, meadow or.
And that, as you noticed, it's the flowers are the blush, and that's just such a lovely, subtle contrast. I just love it. That is actually my favourite of all those cardigans.
I love it because it is a proper
like
meadow grass.
That one is,
green, isn't it?
It gives it a really sort of summery feel, all of them anyway.
And we have got the pattern on its own for this lovely one. You can't have this colourway because it's gone. Well, they've all gone except for the green one. Right, well, thank you so much, Sam.
Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure.
Where did that
really
time
fun.
go? Loved it. Tomorrow on Sewing Street, I think is it John tomorrow? Ooh, yes. He is on tomorrow morning with Susie Duncan, Liberty Summer Fair collection. Nice. That'll be a new one. Love a bit of Liberty. 9 o'clock will be a showcase of the Liberty fabric. Susie will be back at 10 o'clock with the Summer Fair drum bag. Oh, it's all about Liberty. It's a Liberty day, isn't it? 11 o'clock sewing room tools, but 12 o'clock Liberty Summer Spectacular quilt with Susie Duncan. So you've got Liberty and Susie and John all day. What a lovely day. I will see you back here next week, actually. Next week. Have a lovely rest of your day. Don't forget to check out your crochet kits and the Kate Davis website, and I'll see you next week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or